Kenmore City Council will come to order. Special meeting will come to order. First item on the special meeting agenda is a study session, Climate Action Plan Phase 2 implementation, presented by Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer and Climate Action Plan Program Manager Nina Rasmussen.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us here this evening and allowing us to get an early start so that we can fit a lot of material in with you all this evening on this very important topic of climate action. So this evening, what Nina and I would like to do is we'll dive into a brief introduction, kind of remind you all what we're here tonight discussing, which will include a quick crash course on the greenhouse gas emissions, and then followed by a recap of work that we've been working on this year, as well as work going into next year, and then the next 6-year focus with 2024 through 2029. So we're kind of packaging this into meeting our first big threshold in 2030 to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50%. So that's kind of the format you'll see before you this evening. Then we'd like to kind of update you on the budget and grant work that we've been working on, as well as some upcoming grant work. And then we'll jump into kind of what we're calling the next steps, where we'll kind of provide a lot of detail on what we're some cases already working on today and through the rest of this year into early next year, and then again ongoing through 2029. And then we want to make sure we leave plenty of time to open it up for any council feedback or discussion that you all would like to have. So just some quick groundwork for this evening. We are kind of moving forward with the presumption that council is familiar with the climate action plan and the climate action element. So we're not here to spend a lot of time kind of recapping all the elements of that. And we really want to focus our discussion this evening, providing you an update and then looking for direction on high impact greenhouse gas emission reduction and resiliency actions. And specifically, you'll see a lot of emphasis on the buildings and energy sector of the climate action plan, which accounts for about 60% of our community's greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation and land use, which is about 31%. So these two combined are 91% of our total community emissions. Then we'll talk about some habitat conservation and restoration work and actions. So these are this was the highest rated natural systems resilience action that we had in the CAP. And then on the community resilience side, the green economy, green jobs was again identified in the CAP, and then was also has continued to be kind of one of our highest supported community rated actions discussed in the CAP. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. Now again, the only real recap that from the CAP I'll go back on are the next two slides, and I just do this to kind of frame the conversation moving forward again. So this first page goes into the buildings and energy section of the climate action plan. And what I've shown here is you should be familiar with our greenhouse gas inventory pie graph, which kind of breaks down different sectors of our greenhouse gas emissions. And on the buildings and energy side, this includes the electricity and the natural gas that we use to power and heat all of our homes and businesses throughout the community. And I often mention the wedge analysis that I don't know if you may remember from the CAP as well on the right side. And what I've tried to do here is by showing it to you all at once, you'll kind of see how these all complement each other. So in 2030, in that wedge analysis in the bottom right, you'll see that the dark green represent kind of what the city's actions are in the climate action plan. So that's kind of our lift to meet our goals. And then that big light gray section in the middle is the Clean Energy Transformation Act, which utility providers, a lot of that lift is on them. So that's where we're getting our energy from. And they're under a lot of regulations to first remove coal from their energy portfolio and then be greenhouse gas neutral by 2030. So you can see that we really rely a lot on them to achieve our own goals because that's the, they're our sole utility provider. So where we get our electricity from depends on how clean that they can produce that and get it to us. So, so on the upper right, you'll see I'm showing PSC's electricity fuel mix, and this is from 2020. So I'm sure this is different today, and they'll probably be updating that as time goes on here, but it's pretty close to when we did our 2019 inventory. So you can see how we get, that's a direct measurement that all of the customers in Kenmore used that number of kilowatt hours, resulting in an equivalent metric ton of carbon dioxide, which is kind of how we measure the greenhouse gas impact. And then on the bottom, they also provide natural gas to several thousand customers in the city. And you can see those, you receive those measured in what they call therms, but then we also provide an equivalent greenhouse gas emission. So what we as a city in the climate action plan are trying to focus on here is first providing a cleaner source of energy. So PSC's is a big partner in that, but we can also do that ourselves through, different ways such as solarization. And then also what we have a lot of control over is how efficient we use that energy. So you'll see a lot of our actions are trying to promote and encourage our community to be more efficient with how they use electricity, which lowers that number of kilowatt hours that we need to get from PSC, thereby reducing the emissions. So you can see this is all kind of circular and it goes both ways. And that's, so this is the buildings and energy side of things. And then the next slide, very similar.
Sorry, before we move on, Councilmember Baker had a question.
Sure.
Councilmember Baker, could you use your microphone?
The metric tons. How much of that is in Kenmore, produced in Kenmore?
So that number is produced regionally. So that's being produced where PSC produces the electricity. So that could be at coal plants and natural gas plants are the two main sources.
Okay, so none of those estimates there are actually produced in Kenmore.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Sharpneck.
Go back one slide again. So I thought, and maybe this isn't it, that we did do a greenhouse gas emission inventory in 2019. I mean, so I'm a little confused. Isn't the graph on the left about Kenmore?
Correct.
Okay, and so our metric tons are the which numbers?
So the 66,000 metric tons is produced to produce the electricity that is used in Kenmore. But Councilman Baker's question are those emissions directly produced in Kenmore? And the answer would be no, it's produced at the source of the generation of electricity.
Okay. Okay, but they're related to Kenmore usage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're directly related.
Okay.
They only exist because of Kenmore customers using them, yes.
All right, thank you for the clarification. I was getting a little confused in how we were talking about it. Thanks.
It's good. That's why I wanted to make sure this was all fresh in everyone's mind for the rest of the conversation. So again, so the same greenhouse gas emissions pie graph on the right there, but now we're looking at the transportation and land use section. And again, these are derived from regional models that are provided to us at the county and PSRC level. And so we don't go out, and this has been a question in the past, we don't have the means to monitor every person coming to and from their home and every car pulling in and out of local businesses. These are derived from traffic counts done at intersections and at various times throughout the year, and then modeled to predict what those vehicle miles traveled would be for Kenmore. And then you get the resulting number, and then you can derive an estimated greenhouse gas emissions from those based on what average passenger SUV type cars are, what their miles per gallon are, and get a relatively good estimate of those emissions. And the same is done for both on-road and then non-road, which would include the vehicles, equipment, construction types, things that are going on at commercial and industrial uses. Again, those are not necessarily specifically, we don't go to a business in Kenmore and sit there and measure them exactly, but they're based on regional studies that are compiled, and then, you know, they apply those to like land uses and commercial and business types, and then derive that greenhouse gas emission estimate. And then again, this section is kind of our second largest one. So you'll see that we're focusing on actions that directly impact these emissions, such as encouraging electric and alternative fuel vehicles. And then just as importantly, start thinking now about how we're going to provide the infrastructure to support those electric and alternative fuel vehicles.
It looks like Councilmember File raised her hand online. Councilmember File, did you have a question?
Thank you. That was only for the promotion to the as panelists.
Okay. So those were probably, I think, the two heaviest slides. So apologize, but again, I just wanted to set that framework, and it really does provide the context for the rest of the conversation here. So if there's no more questions, we'll start jumping into the rest.
So we'll just provide a brief recap and update on some of the work that we've completed so far. First and foremost was the funding of the CAP operating budget, which we are referring to as the CAOB. That's the funding that was approved in February. That was how we hired my position, and we did after that also hire a part-time consultant who is helping us acquire grants. He's a grant specialist, and staff and him have been working extensively doing grant research, really trying to find those opportunities for funding that will help move us towards our goals. In addition to that, we've been starting education and outreach campaigns through the summer, during various events. And that also includes the community workshop that we held. That was a big part of getting feedback from our community, making sure we were prioritizing their needs as well. And that helped to inform the next steps and the recommendations that we're putting forward tonight, which we have been working on for the past few weeks or so. Coming up next month, we are adopting the climate action element, which you are all familiar with. Again, that was grant funded to complete that. We are also starting our Climate Action Advisory Committee. So we have drafted a charter for that, and we'll be presenting that to council next month. In addition to that, we've adopted an expedited habitat conservation restoration capital improvement plan funded by XIII. And then by the end of this year, we will have the updated greenhouse gas emissions inventory for 2021, as well as several grant applications submitted, and hopefully at least a couple grant agreements as well. And we'll get into that a little bit later. So here on this slide, we have the projected rough costs of individual programs. And again, we mentioned that these are all through a 23-24 to 2029 implementation timeline. So these are the short-term plans to get us to that 2030 goal of a 50% emissions reduction. So these budget numbers do come from the existing climate action operating budget, as well as expected grant funding and the XIII CIP. So we do break down the funding sources that make up the the climate action operating budget down on that second half. So again, this is what was approved in February. So you can see those different utility taxes there and how they sort of play into the total operating budget. And then lastly, we show the year-over-year fund balance with these anticipated revenues and expenses. So again, just wanting to reiterate that this is through existing funding and expected revenue sources. And it could be variable based on additional funds that come available. So this is not necessarily set in stone. But also through this, these different years up here, that gives an idea which projects are ongoing and which are one-time costs and one-time projects, which are mostly our plan level projects at this point.
I have one quick question on the slide.
Mhm.
Why is there a bump in the monitoring updates and GHG inventory line in 2027 compared to the rest of the years?
That is our anticipated cap update. So we may need consulting services to ensure that we get a robust update to that document.
Thank you.
So I wanted to, for us not to forget that on the swim side, we've been working a lot on getting a pretty aggressive restoration and culvert replacement CIP funded and approved by council, which is coming for you November 13th. But these are specific actions identified in the climate action plan. And I think that by being in the climate action plan was, definitely one of the reasons why we're getting this surface water CIP approved and moved forward. So I wanted to note that here as well, that these funds here are directly supporting implementation of our climate action plan. So a lot of effort and a lot of funds being used here and worth calling out.
So this slide shows the sort of bigger picture view of the city's finances, showing the city's projected fund balances and reserve goals through 2026. So in 2026, we do have an expected deficit in the operating budget. And other factors could worsen this gap, such as recession, increased inflation. And so as part of a larger system, we want to make sure that we're prioritizing the overall city's financial health as we look to additional funding as well. And we want to make sure we're taking a holistic approach, being mindful of that as we look to fund these programs as well. So we are recommending that CAP staff look at this funding within the context of the financial sustainability plan process. So that would entail working with the task force and through the process to advocate for climate funding needs and really to work through a feasible path forward, making sure that we can prioritize that financial health.
And this chart here is the same chart that was presented at the City Council's retreat last summer.
So with that said, we have listed additional projects that can be taken on with additional funds that might come out of the FSP process. And we will go over each of these in a little more detail on the following slides. But just to give you an idea of what we might be looking at, this would be roughly between $800,000 and $1.1 million in expenses annually. And you can see from these projects here, as we've sort of reiterated, the general theme here is looking at electrification, solar, electric vehicles, and resilience. So before moving on to the next steps, though, I do want to outline some of the grants that we're currently pursuing, as well as some of the projects that they would support. So we do have a number of those listed here. Most of these are fall and spring deadline grants, which would give us funds and project start timeline early to mid 2024. So these are all ones that are coming out very shortly. And we do have additional ones that we are looking at farther down the line as well.
Councilmember Shovnick.
Yeah, on the grants, this is great. And thank you for doing the revision, and you incorporated a lot of the things that I was hoping you would. So thank you. But on this and actually even some of the strategy issues, are we talking with our neighbors that have caps going on? I'm thinking like the East Side cities, for example. I mean, Bellevue is a great example of a, very large scale cap process for the size of the city. And maybe they are, two things. I mean, maybe they know of grants also that they have received or they're looking at, and we could either partner or just apply for them the next cycle, or things like that. I'm just thinking there's some wisdom in the region around this that we might want to tap.
Yeah, so, and that's one of the things we talk a lot about with K4C, our King County Cities Climate Collaborative.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk there about joint applications for grants. We definitely want to make sure that we're leaning into that and using those partnerships to our full advantage and learning from them as well. And some of these opportunities will require that joint application and that support. So we've definitely been having those conversations. But yes, there could be opportunity to look into some of the other grants that are awarded. And we've always got our eyes open when somebody receives an award and seeing if that would be a good fit for us in a future round. So that's, yes, that's something we'll keep our eyes on.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. And on that topic, it does appear to be that there's some additional 2 rollouts of grants that are coming later this year and in January for open windows and mid-year next year. Having had a recent meeting with the Federal Committee on Human Development, we were getting that update, and I understand K4C already had an update as well, but this is one that's kind of trickling in. And Del Bene's office, our congresswoman, held a meeting just recently on some of those additional grant pathways that we can share together with our surrounding cities. And I hope that we do pursue those. So thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to our next steps, which includes our proposed next actions.
Yeah. So now we're getting kind of more into the meat of, what we are recommending to start, looking more into over the next year here. And so many of these, we're going to kind of walk through these and provide more detail on each of them. And some of these you saw in that first budget table, we're able to, get going already on with the budget that we have. But then we'll also discuss how we can, grow these programs as more budget becomes available or leverage more grants. And so that's what we're going to walk through now. So this is kind of on the third table and the budget table that we looked at for kind of those next steps with the funding as it becomes available, what we can start working on in more details. So we're going to start walking through each of these, but we'll touch on all these.
So the first project is the EV infrastructure plan, as well as charging. EV infrastructure is an area we felt that we could have a major impact, especially as Richard mentioned, we want to make sure that we are providing that infrastructure, especially as we have, legislation coming down as far as ending the sale of new combustion engines. We want to make sure that we are fully prepared to take that on in our community. And the first part of this is the plan itself, and that would be in a comprehensive charging strategy to make sure that we are placing chargers in high volume areas and high need areas, and encourage a faster transition to EVs. This would also involve educating the public on available incentives and rebates that are available, and the benefits of switching to electric vehicles. This infrastructure plan would also get us start the conversation with private property owners, because as we mentioned, we want this to be comprehensive, involving not only public land and right-of-ways, but commercial and private land, and make sure we have a really robust network that people can take advantage of. And again, we want to provide this infrastructure to make EV charging more accessible and make people more comfortable with purchasing EVs, knowing that they can charge where they need. So we do have a cost listed out here. This is the infrastructure plan itself, as well as chargers, maintenance over the life of those chargers. And we do have grants anticipated to cover the plan itself, as well as some chargers, both for public access, multifamily housing, and there will be many more grants likely to come out over the next few years that will reduce the cost that is shouldered by the city. So this is sort of a high estimate of costs at the moment, but in reality, that will likely look much lower. And I do want to note that we calculated out the measurable impact of replacing a car with an electric vehicle. And so we'd be looking at annually a reduction of 1.95 metric tons. And this is also accounting for the fact that we do need to charge this, and it uses electricity from the grid that is sourced from Puget Sound Energy. And so this reduction will only increase over time as PSE moves towards cleaner energy. And again, for future costs, which are could be variable depending on grants, we are looking to review that under the FSP process.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, what is the total cost to the city for the next year, 2 years, 4 years?
That would depend on the scope of how fast we wanted to implement charging stations, and how many grants we could secure. But right now, most grants that are available fund about 80% of the costs of chargers, as well as maintenance and upkeep.
So then of this 1,976,000, 20% of that about would be the city's responsibility.
That's correct. If we were able to grant fund the entirety of our planned charging network.
Okay, and that's the 5-year term from 24 to 29.
That's correct.
Any cost with the CO2 reduction?
We did not calculate out a cost per metric ton. That would, I think, depend on, again, how much that total cost to the city would be after any rebates or reimbursements from grants. But we did want to note that that is a per car reduction annually. So any combustion engines that we're able to take off the road is equating to almost a 2 metric ton reduction annually.
So then, let's say from 23, let's go with 24 to 29. We don't really know what it's going to cost the city, but we're going to be expected to approve this with an unknown budget.
Any additional projects that come forward that would require city funding would go before the city council. So anything else that would be covered by grants, we would be pursuing. But again, if this is, if it comes out that we need additional funds determined through the FSP process, those projects would come back to council for review.
Okay, but right now, what we're looking at here, the funding is unknown, right?
That's correct. The
don't
total
know.
funding is unknown, but we know that the total cost without funding would be almost $2 million. That this would be the high estimate, but we could knock that down through securing funding over the next several years.
Okay, but this is only one part of what you're going through now with the projects and charging. So this is just one small piece of the total.
The $2 million cost?
No, I'm looking at the left-hand side of the screen where green jobs, educational outreach, urban forest management plan, all of those have got associated costs. And so this first one, the EV charging infrastructure plan, there's a $2 million cost to, but we don't know what our share will be at this time or whether that'll go up. And the same would hold true, I'm sure, with the rest of these.
Right. These are anticipated costs throughout the 2029 timeline. So these are a full cost throughout that those multiple years.
Good. Thank you.
All right, so what are the next actions that we're evaluating here and
Richard,
presenting?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Fowle just raised her
Oh,
hand.
go ahead.
Councilmember Fowle?
Thank you. Are we taking account on the EV infrastructure plan on our piece of the response for the regional power demand need for example, each municipality is being approached to have higher charging stations for the e-fleets for garbage disposal, for example. Are we considering some of that in this layer, or is this only the smaller vehicle?
This one is just passenger and SUV sized vehicles. We do intend to look at the larger scale, especially service vehicles, garbage trucks. That might work its way into the plan, the comprehensive plan, but the budget that's allocated here is specifically for public charging and your typical passenger vehicle charging.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, and then just to clarify, so as we move through, and I apologize if red isn't the best option here, but there is a red outline around each action as we move through, and you'll see it going down this table, and the information you see on the right will just be specific to that action outlined in red. So the second action here is a program, Solarize Kenmore would be what it would be, but there are a variety of nonprofits that offer these kind of home solarization incentive type programs. And one that we're looking at partnering with is Olympia Community Solar. And what they provide is kind of that outreach and implementation part of going out into the communities. So these are folks knocking on doors and kind of boots on the ground, finding folks that might be interested in solarizing their home. And then they kind of walk them through all of the incentives and cost savings and how it all works. And then, but also part of the process is they have, that we'll go through a process with them and find vetted solar installation contractors that will kind of have a contract price. So going into this, we can work with the folks in the community and, you know, here's exactly how much it costs, which for a typical residential home, again, so this can be variable. Obviously, some homes are larger, some are smaller. They're all in kind of different areas. So the solar may be more efficient in one and not as in the other, but they run about $12,000 and can generally meet the electricity demands of a typical household. That's again, you know, typical. Some might, if you use a lot of electricity, obviously you're probably not going to be able to reach net zero, but or you might use much less and you have a net savings of electrical use. So, but in general, we're talking with this nonprofit that we're looking to run this program with. They'll run about $12,000 in today's dollars, and so then they work with the solar installer to go through and get everything installed and walk the homeowner through the process. And then, you know, they like to work with local solar installers. So, you know, we've talked to them, you know, the city of Kenmore, we've got one in the city. So they would definitely say, hey, you know, let's make sure they apply to this program and are considered. So the city cost, and we have it kind of on a scale here, and that's because we can just basically work with them and run this at almost no cost to the city, or we could, you know, provide a variety of city incentives on top of the existing state and federal incentives. For instance, the way the nonprofit kind of works is it may run at about $200 to $500, depending on the installation. That goes to them for just kind of doing all the work of going out in the community and finding folks and getting them through the program. So we could help fund that portion of it so that instead of the homeowner, the city could pick that up. And we could also, they've actually been working on developing a model for low-income property owners that typically are, you know, they're not interested in these types of programs just because it's, you know, that upfront cost can be expensive. So, but they are working on a way that maybe we could work with them on, you know, if they meet certain financial criteria, we could foot a portion of that and subsidize this to try and encourage some of the lower income property owners to take part in this program. So that's why you see that range there. Again, you know, it could be anywhere from nothing to however much we want to help incentivize this program. And again, with solar, these installations, you typically reach a break-even point, 8 to 11 or 12 years, and you may get another decade of life out of this. So we're, the actual cost per metric ton that you reduce becomes negative. You're actually almost making money to reduce your carbon footprint at the end of this. And again, Nina's run some numbers, and again, you know, an average house that runs about 800 kilowatt hours per year would be about 5 metric ton reduction if they were able to meet all of their electricity demands.
Councilmember Baker.
How did you decide to go in partnership with Olympia Community Solar and not some other company out there? Are they giving us back some of the sales dollars, or how did we end up partnering with them?
We heard about them through another organization, which is Spark Northwest. They're another big nonprofit that does a lot of education on residential solar installations. And we looked at both companies, but Spark Northwest works largely in this area and does not have the capacity to take on another campaign for 2024. So we went largely based on the availability of the company to be able to do this.
Are we receiving any remuneration
No,
to
this is
promoting through our citizens to use them?
No, we our expectations are we would help promote the program. In return, we are just receiving this benefit for our residents.
Any other questions on the solarization program?
Next up is the Green Power Program and other renewable energy programs. We just talked about residential solar, but solar is not always an option for all homes and all residents. So we wanted to promote programs for homes and businesses that provide options to use renewables. And PSE does provide a few options. Green power and solar choice are the most accessible options for customers. And they allow customers to purchase electricity through the use of renewable energy certificates from local solar and wind power producers in order to meet their own electricity demands. Alternatively, Green Direct allows for the construction of new renewable energy facilities to provide for a specific set of customers. And these have largely been corporations and larger municipalities. PSE has completed 2 rounds of Green Direct projects. And while there's no immediate plans for a phase 3, PSE is gathering interest for future projects. So we really just want to make sure our residents know what options they have to them. And so this would largely be involving education and outreach to our community. But we could add in a program option to provide a subsidy or an incentive program to our residents to take on these renewable energy programs while we take on that additional cost that would be added to their bill so that there is no increase to resident bills. We did note that, again, an average home emits about 5 metric tons annually. So with per home, we would be looking at the same if they were to completely transition onto these renewable energy programs. There are options to do partial percentages, but if they did a 100% participation for green power or solar choice, then obviously you would get that full reduction of 5 metric tons per home on average. And again, this cost does account for that optional program option of the subsidy, and any additional incentive programs in the future would be under FSP review.
Yeah, just and to clarify on that cost, to kind of make it match more the last slide, you know, that could be a $0 to $357,000 depending on how involved the city would want to be. And the figure that we've derived here was taking, you know, several hundred potential like low-income residents that would meet some sort of threshold that we'd want to set, and then that would pay that $9 to $10 difference for each one of them monthly to incentivize them to join the program. So that's how we derive that cost and to administer that.
Councilmember Baker.
What would the average cost to the homeowner be for buying into these programs?
I believe the average cost is cited at around $8 a month.
Forever?
Well, to clarify, it'd be $8 additional on top of their regular bill. So this is a premium they pay on top. And then, yes, that would be continuing until they stop utilizing the program. And kind of, I think it's more buried in the report, but this is kind of we want to get there sooner type of measure, because obviously as PSC starts having requirements to be producing clean energy, there's going to be less need to pay a premium to get clean energy when you're already supposed to be getting that. So this would be something that, we would promote, I think, more heavily these first couple years, but as we get closer to 2030, it makes less sense to rely on a program like this. So definitely by 2029, we wouldn't be really pushing this anymore.
I'm thinking of these green power programs and the solarized Kenmore, where you want to put them on the houses. So taking that into consideration, what's the average cost going to be? Roughly, I know you can't give me an average, but a rough idea.
Well, so the green power, like we said, the average homeowner, based on an average, I think they use 800 kilowatt hours per year, would be between $8 and $9 a month continually. So that would be the cost.
Okay, but then the cost if I wanted to put them on my home.
Working with the Olympia right now, their average estimate was about $12,000 for a typical installation.
That is after rebates and
After
incentives.
incentives and rebates.
Mhm.
And what was the estimated payback time?
About 10 years.
About 10 years?
I mean, again, it depends
I
on your
know.
electricities, but typically 10 years. With a lifespan of quoted to us about 20 to 25 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. But financially, if you can solarize, that's definitely the better financial way to go. All right, the next action we would like to talk about are the Green Jobs Hub, or the Green Economy Strategy. I think it's gotten some various names at various events, but this is a very highly rated community resiliency action identified in the CAP. So what we've kind of presented here would be the kind of the fully loaded program, looking at a variety of things that have come up at different meetings and community events. But ideally, first and foremost, what we've heard is wanting to establish Kenmore as a business center for green jobs and industry, and that could look like a variety of different things. But we have a lot of existing business, so we can work. We've identified some programs to help our existing community operate their businesses in a greener manner. And so one option out there, there are programs like EnviroStars that have kind of like a checklist that a business can go through and change their practices and get this certification that they can kind of promote at their business that shows that they're they operate green. Recruitment for green tech in our region, in particular something ideas that have come up for Lake Point to be kind of a hub and center for this type of industry. Hosting green events. We recently were at a King County summit, and it was a great example. There were just a variety of local industry and unions, promoting, jobs as electricians or solar installers, things like that. So hosting that kind of things and promoting it in the city and our local venues. So there's a lot loaded in this, and it goes into more detail in the report. But one of the things that became evident was that, we keep throwing more studies out there, but something of this magnitude could really benefit from a feasibility study. And we're looking at some grant opportunities out there that maybe could cover diving into this and really producing a more strategic plan that gets more into the details. But what the figure that we've shown here would fund eventually, we can do a study, but to do all these kinds of actions in the community, first and foremost, we would need an economic development specialist on staff. So we'd be looking at some kind of economic development manager to do a lot of this work. So we do have a little bit of experience in the past with our business incubator and doing economic development. And we understand what a time commitment and a resource commitment that can be. So first and foremost, we'll be getting a staff person to handle that additional work and run a lot of these programs. And then just, the needed resources to support that kind of new program. And that's what you see in this cost here. And again, that's spread over from 24 to 29. And assuming that initial feasibility study gets grant funded. But that's what we've outlined here. So I'll be happy to take any questions on this one.
Councilmember File and then Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you. So right now, our local businesses can participate in the county-wide EnviroStars program and receive swap out grants, free evaluations. It's a great program. Looking at how the Green Jobs Hub recommendation is laid out, I think what's also missing here is our part in putting a little pressure on the folks we contract with, like Puget Sound Energy, that need to be segueing their trained, electricians to the new green jobs. As those other jobs are starting to kind of phase out and be phased out, there is a need for apprenticeships and job training. And so we do need to be putting some pressure on the people we already contract with to provide greater public services to our community, and also apprenticeships and job training.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I'm perseverating on funding. What grant are we looking at for this program? I'm just curious.
Potentially the commerce climate planning.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking you were going to say. Okay. There's a lot of things that could be used for, and I just want to be really judicious about what we decide that big pot of money goes for. So I'll just say that now.
We've had a lot of conversations about that as well, because it is sort of a formula fund.
Yep.
And it's guaranteed and it is limited. So we want to make sure that we are prioritizing.
High impact would be my vote. Things that are high impact on GHG emission reductions. So that I'll just put my stake in the ground on that. Thank you.
Okay, the next one we have here is the Climate Advisory Committee, which I did mention earlier in our sort of current work that we've been working on. And so this would essentially be a committee to advise the city manager on climate related issues, but also to work with staff to really provide some community input and even get out into the community and help host events or get volunteers together for some work projects. And so the costs that we have laid out here include a small annual budget in order to implement those events, and also accounts for member stipends if they are requested. And this is an equity consideration to make sure that we are getting a wide berth of applicants who may need assistance for their time that's being provided. And any additional costs that might be identified would be under FSP review, but again, that the small annual budget could be adjusted as well if we so chose to do so.
Councilmember Sherman.
This is helpful. So I was gonna lobby a little bit against this because I didn't understand the reason, but I heard you say just a second ago that there may be a DEI aspect to this, and maybe I just overlooked that in the narrative. Is this really focused on ensuring that our actions don't have a detrimental impact on marginalized communities, and B, really kind of focused on ensuring that it's an equitable impact? Is that kind of the
Right.
focus of the, so it's not just a generic advisory committee, in other words?
That's correct. So
Okay.
that is one portion of it. And we do have a draft charter, which you all will see next month, but we do lay out specifically that we would like a diverse group. That way we are making sure that the actions that we're moving forward with are not adversely affecting
Yeah.
small businesses, lower income communities. So we want to make sure that we can involve those folks as well.
Okay, cool, thanks.
All right. So education and outreach is really embedded across the board on all of our actions. So much of the work is just trying to get information out to the community on things that they can be doing, and trying to incentivize and encourage folks to do things that may not, at first glance financially make sense, but just getting them to understand the benefits of a lot of the work we're trying to do and taking some of these actions. So so this one is, as you're reading it, you may kind of wondered, why it was kind of standalone, since it is involved with so many of our actions, but it is so important that we wanted to really call special attention on it and point out that it does support a lot of the actions we're talking about now and the actions we're doing and will continue to do. So this really, a big chunk of this cost is to support an actual outreach staff person, so they would be involved with all these actions that we're discussing this evening, and beefing up a lot of the outreach capability that we're doing. So not to say we're not doing any. Obviously, Nina is spending a lot of time on this, as well as other folks on environmental services teams. But this would really help us raise that to the level we need to do to, meet our goals in 2030. So this budget is again through 24 to 29. It's hard. I know Nina's been doing some work to see what kind of grant funding could be available, but funding staff is usually they like to fund projects and deliverables. So, but we are, continuing to look and see if there's any creative ways that we can try and package this to help with that cost, but we can't guarantee that. And so this is one that, moving forward, we definitely want to work with the FSP process and push for this particular staff role to forward our climate action.
I also want to note that the cost is the high end. So this would be a permanent full-time staff. There are other options that we could pursue as well, including, part-time staff or interns. There are programs like Civic Spark that provide AmeriCorps interns for, environmental work, specifically working in local governments. So those are different options that we could pursue, but we did want to lay out, what a full cost would be for a full-time staff person. All right, the next one is an urban forest management plan. We have heard a lot from our community that trees are a large priority. And so one of the items that was actually called out in the climate element as an implementation item was development of an urban forest management plan. And this would basically really help us map out our canopy planting to make sure it is strategic, and also help us develop policy and essentially ground rules for maintaining canopy, as well as species-specific priorities. So making sure that we're planting the species that are going to benefit our community, have the most canopy cover, and really thrive in this environment. We do have, there is also coverage in a grant that we're looking at to not only cover the development of a plan, but planting as well. And so that would be the cost of trees as well as the maintenance and care for the plants. So if we could secure that funding, that would go a long way in really bolstering our canopy and making sure that that is maintained for many years to come. And so that cost that is laid out here is sort of a total cost that would include the plan, tree planting, maintenance, as well as any specialty staffing that we might require. So an arborist or other subject matter experts in order to make sure that we are approaching this in the correct manner, not just now in the development of the plan, but in the future for many years to come. But we do anticipate applying for that it is a Department of Natural Resources community forestry grant, which would fully cover the development of a plan with no match requirement. And we anticipate several urban forestry projects coming out of this.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Surely with many urban forest management plans around the region, I would assume that we're not going to reinvent the wheel, but also take a look at the expertise plans that are in place, maybe do a little comparison to help knock that price tag down a little bit. And I understand between the grants that you're looking at receiving, the partnership grants, we also currently utilize to do projects like this, as well as, Swamp Creek and Rhododendron Park. We've utilized additional partnership grants with Cedar Park Grove, or Cedar Grove, and Republic Services. So I do want to make sure that we're not just overcalculating and planning so big, but also not taking the time to really look that we're probably not going to be really spending that much on the price tag on this, given there's a lot of expert plans in places around us. I would hate to see too much staff time on that when we could do some comparisons like we did with rental protections.
Councilmember Baker.
So then the projected costs that aren't covered to the city could be $563,000 for the next 5 years, or $110,000 per year, correct? It's on the slide here.
The 110,000 was I believe the estimate for the plan itself. But yeah, it would average out about 110,000
$10,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Potential cost to the city if we went with it.
Yes, if we were able to, as Councilmember File said, look at existing plans in the region, the amount of work that we would have to hand off to a consultant would probably be lessened. So we could probably cut that, but any remaining costs would probably just go towards additional tree planting, maintenance, and ongoing care.
Do you anticipate being able to cover most of that with grants?
We know the plan would be covered by a grant, and that looks very plausible. However, ongoing, if we were to expand our tree coverage significantly beyond what we requested in the grant, we would need to look at FSP for that over the next several years.
Thanks.
I think just looking at time, this one, unless there's any objections, I mean, this is pretty much repeats what I mentioned earlier regarding the budget and the capital investment that we're making with the culverts and the restoration projects. Unless there's any more questions.
Mr. Shutback.
Yeah, I understand the culvert piece, but so the rest of this is also existing identified projects that we're embarking on, that we're already embarking on, or that I didn't understand. So is that true?
Yeah, this will include the culverts were just one piece of that.
Right.
There was also habitat restoration projects, which is another action identified in the CAP. So this is a combination of both of those.
I understand that was identified in the CAP. What I'm asking is, are there already projects that we're, embarking on, involved in around this? So for example, the Sammamish River partnership with a bunch of cities in the county. I mean, is that part of this, or what are we talking about for these projects if not?
On this particularly for the cost, we're looking primarily at just the capital projects being approved for culverts, habitat restoration.
That are already in the CIP.
That are in the CIP or coming up shortly for adoption on the 13th.
Okay.
It includes the land acquisitions that are also part of the swim fee study that we talked about.
Our next action is expanding solar at City Hall. We have gotten an estimate for that expansion, and we do anticipate grants being able to cover this, and the CMO's office is pursuing the grant right now. This cost estimate on the screen is also providing the option for expanding onto other city facilities. Although we still need to do an assessment of that. That is largely why we have an impact of to be determined. We would need to identify what the energy demand would be in order to really get an impact of our carbon reduction there. But again, this is grant funded for the City Hall expansion, and any additional funds that we may need would be under FSP review.
And then next is another municipal operation action identified to electrify the city fleet and equipment. So looking through from 24 to 29, we basically looked at the existing city fleet and the lifespan schedule of those vehicles. And a lot of these vehicles we purchased from the state contract. So I'm able to just kind of figure out what that premium is between just replacing with a comparable gas combustion engine product versus available EV options. And, depending on the type of vehicle, there could be premium from, 20% to double that, particularly as you get into kind of the larger trucks and newer equipment. In fact, some of the larger ones, there's not even really a comparable on the state contract yet. So we've had to kind of just estimate some of those as they come up. And so this figure accounts for that. But then also with every new EV, you know, we have a couple charging stations for the ones we purchased so far, but we would have to continue to expand our infrastructure. So we'd be needing to wire in new charging infrastructure at City Hall and other facilities to accommodate the vehicles, which is another chunk that is accounted for here as well. But when we get vehicles, they're usually on a depreciation scale so that we save slowly over time. So this is just accounting for kind of that additional premium to purchase an EV instead of another gas-powered counterpart. So this takes into account that part of the cost. And we have, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but there was about 20 plus vehicles that would kind of fall in this time range.
Deputy Mayor?
I was just going to ask how many vehicles you were talking about here. Thank you. And thank you for pulling up, bringing up the depreciation schedule.
So the next one is LED streetlight replacement. And this would be replacing any of our remaining bulbs that are not LED, which is a little over 1,000 streetlights. We do have an estimate on this of total cost. And we also know that there are grants available to reimburse us about $200,000 of that cost. This will be a reduction in our annual operating cost of almost $69,000 once we're able to replace those due to the energy savings. And I do want to note that I did make quite a large typo on the measurable impact here. So I don't, this is a lot larger than 0.27 metric tons. This is 89.74 metric tons. There were two line items when we were looking at streetlights and we missed the large one. But again, this reduction will be greatly increased too as PSC moves towards cleaner energy as we are running those streetlights on PSC's grid. So we do see this as a good way to bolster that those funds just in our savings as well that we'll see through our reduced energy usage there. And I don't believe we have a large amount of anticipated financial needs in the future for these besides bulb replacements, but any maintenance or anything like that in future years, large costs would be under review through the FSP process.
And then last, another municipal operation action with the Public Works Operations Center, which is still in preliminary design, but it's currently being designed for construction as solar ready. And as we look for additional grant opportunities to get that added, but the kind of that preliminary estimate is about $240,000. And while the operations center will be constructed in a way that it's pretty much ready to kind of plug in and move forward with solar, this action would actually install the solar infrastructure and the electrical infrastructure to support that on the building itself. So as a cost saving measure, we kind of added this or removed this as an additive to try and get funded through other means. So that's what this last item is.
I believe Councilmember File has her hand up.
I apologize, Councilmember File.
Thank you. On the capital facilities project, the Public Works Operations Center and solar, I'm really happy to see that. I do believe that in the recent Dobene Council meeting, as well as the federal meeting I attended, the additional federal grants are going to be cycling in and can couple will be sometime in June or July next year. And there's going to be additional grants in January, but the coupled grants that can be stacked will be June or July next year. I think we'll want to consider those, and it might be able to help reduce that anticipated cost.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I think we're starting to wrap up, so I just want to get my last couple comments in. Again, really appreciate this. I mean, it's looking a lot better. 2 cautions, or 2.5. One with the outreach piece. I guess, you know, I just continue to be very cautious about adding staff, and I really appreciate that you brought up alternatives to doing that, such as interns and you know, even consultants in this case, and partnerships around, you know, the East Side Climate Challenge and things like, and tools like that that are very inexpensive, but could be interesting to our community and engaging. So I really appreciate you talking about that, and I hope we lean into that. The second thing I hope we lean into that isn't really addressed here as much so just to go back to the very beginning of the presentation, I mean, we know that 2/3 of our emissions are building and energy use, right? So, and you know, of that, what's the biggest contributor? It's community homes and businesses. So, and you know, although you do talk about solar in here, and that's a big piece, and that's exciting and interesting, getting people to transition to away from fossil fuel heating, you know, my issue with heat pumps. I really hope, you know, if you look back at the CAP, there are the original CAP document that we finalized. There were many strategies under the 3 impact, the highest impact piece, which is transitioning homes to non-fossil fuel energy, including incentivizing heat pumps, educating around heat pumps. The other piece, trying to think what it was. It was just in my brain. Oh, the homes getting ratings at point of sale to, I don't remember if it was certifying them as green, or there were some, you know, ratings that homes could get. And again, it's going to incentivize a homeowner if they think that the value of their property is enhanced by the kind of things that they're doing. Those things, you know, are factored into homeowners' decisions about what they invest in. So I'm hoping we lean into that particular strategy. It is the highest strategy in the entire CAP. And and there are several building code issues that aren't mentioned here. I'm just hoping we can lean into that strategy more.
So I do want to address that a little bit and just note that, you know, this has been a snapshot of, you know, some of our high impact and high interest items, but this is not an exhaustive list. So I do want to talk about sort of our expanded next actions. These are, you know, a full list. Well, not again, not exhaustive, but these are some other things that we're working on as well. They might be mostly staff time requirements, but trying to fill in all those other little pieces that are needed, again, with building codes. We know that there could be policy implemented, not just projects. And so those are all things on our radar that we hope to move forward with. Again, that just take a little bit of time, but we hope to, move forward with those items as well. And so this provides a little bit of a look of, all the different areas that we're planning on working on. But that, there are a lot of actions in the CAP, and they're not all listed right now as items we're moving forward with, but we do want to incorporate those as we're moving forward in the next few years.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. Can we look at consolidating the anticipated staff instead of having like 3 or 4 new staff members? Can we look at consolidating them into one position so we don't have to pay as much money?
Yeah, that's something we can look at. We've talked about, just having a program support as one sort of catch-all. But I think that warrants some further discussion as we really flesh out the needs that will come up.
Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Piggybacking off of that last question asked, I'm hopeful that we can add a layer of apprenticeships into that in lieu of added staff. I'd rather see it condensed with an apprenticeship opportunity and possibly with an intern to help carry some of that load and some of that work. That also is walking the walk. If we're going to talk, we should be walking the walk. And it seems to be a good balance or a better balance.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, first, I want to thank you for laying this out so clearly and transparently, what you can see at this point on some things that are pretty far out and visionary, and like they're at the very beginnings of where we are working on the climate action plan. What I really appreciate is the schedule that you've put together, which I think helps us look at the big picture there. But what I really like is looking at the cost and the flexibility of the cost and giving us a really clear picture of what we're evaluating with what the city is investing in for the climate action plan as we're moving forward. And given our current budget situation, the way you put that together, we're going to have to really think about what's our highest priority as we are rolling forward. I'm really excited about what you've provided us. And I want to thank you for the clear, good work. It benefits us on the council and our community to see what you've done here. So thank you.
Thank you. I do have one final slide just to go over just a general timeline separating out grants and the operating budget in the light blue, and then any additional funds that we would need reviewed through the FSP process would be sort of that dark blue. So we are primed to start this work with the funds that we have available through 2024, and for some of those projects even past that, just to give a preliminary idea. And obviously this could change based on additional funding and determinations through that financial sustainability process. But that's what we're sort of anticipating at the moment. Aside from that, we've received a lot of good feedback from you all tonight, and we very much appreciate that. We'd be happy to receive any further direction on these actions. But our next steps are to continue grant pursuance and leverage those local and regional partnerships, and be a large presence during that financial sustainability plan process to make sure that we can meet our city's goals and really move that work forward.
Deputy Mayor.
I temporarily wanted to say something. Now you open the mic. I do want to thank you again. And I think in the long run, one of the most important things that we consider with these investments taking care of our planet and our watershed is incredibly important. These investments also do create jobs, and they are going to things that really make a long-term impact. So every investment in the environment and watershed, salmon habitat restoration is over $2 return for every $1 spent. And I think it's really important for our community to understand that these investments are not just throwing money at something. It's an investment in doing something that creates jobs and ensures that we do have a beautiful Kenmore, one that's flourishing, that feeds our region environmentally. So I want to thank you for your incredible effort. This is a big ask. I'm really impressed with the way you presented your materials today. And we have a lot to think about with how we move forward with this. So thank you for this study session.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I'm not seeing anything further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes the special meeting. I'm now calling the regular meeting to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Baker,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Councilmember File,
Present.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
all present.
Next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant culture, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Now, would you all please stand and join me in the flag salute?
To the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, visible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objections, the agenda is approved. We have one proclamation today for Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. Whereas for the past several years, the National Coalition for the Homeless and the National Student Campaign Against Hunger and Homelessness have sponsored National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. And whereas the purpose of the proclamation is to educate the public about the many reasons people are hungry and homeless, including the shortage of affordable housing in Kenmore for very low income residents, and to encourage support for homeless assistance service providers, as well as community service opportunities for students and school service organizations. And whereas no parent should have to send a child to school hungry, no baby should be without the comfort of the nourishment needed for mental and physical growth, no elderly person's health should be jeopardized by lack of appropriate foods. And whereas all people should have access to safety, health, and affordable homes within their communities. And whereas the rise of costs due to gentrification, lack of publicly owned affordable housing, and the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated both food insecurity and the homelessness crisis. And whereas the city has partnered with many organizations committed to sheltering and providing services to, as well as meals and food supplies to people experiencing homelessness. And whereas the Kenmore City Council has elevated increasing and preserving the options for affordable housing as its #1 priority in 2024. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 11th through the 18th, 2023, to be Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week throughout the City of Kenmore. And unfortunately, this is going to be accepted by the Executive Director of Lake City Partners Ending Homelessness, William Towey, but unfortunately he is out sick today. So our clerk was going to read a statement from Mr. Towey.
Thank you, Mayor. At Lake City Partners, our work provides services that directly support those who are unhoused in the community by providing community outreach, a day center, and enhanced shelter services. We welcome the City of Kenmore's proclamation on National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week and your willingness to highlight the complex nature of the homelessness crisis in our communities. Lake City Partners provides over 70,000 meals and over 20,000 shelter bed nights each year to those who are experiencing homelessness in North King County, services that are made possible through the support of local governments like the City of Kenmore. We thank the City of Kenmore for its leadership in creating affordable housing and support of organizations just like ours. William Towey, Executive Director, Lake City Partners, Ending Homelessness.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have two presentations. First will be a virtual meeting participation update presented by City Clerk Anastasia Warhol.
Thank you, Mayor. In June of last year, the City Council elected to try a hybrid meeting model where community members can view and participate in the council's meetings virtually. This is in addition to the primary mode of participation, which is on site. This was a huge step in removing barriers to public participation, and we were really delighted to have this offering, as was our community. On Monday, October 9th, the City Council meeting was disrupted by shocking and disturbing hate speech, inappropriate comments during virtual public comment. This is an obvious exploitation of what the medium was designed for. The council denounced those comments immediately and posted an official statement to our website if you're interested in viewing that. Now, following an executive session last Monday, the council also decided to temporarily suspend virtual comments so that we can put our heads together and decide what a new procedure and process would look like, and so that we could try our darndest to safeguard virtual participation and continue offering that to the community. So today there will be no virtual participation, at least not during public comments, although I know we have guests online who are viewing this meeting right now. We hope that this pause is short-lived, and that's part of the update today. Now, what we've learned since the disruption during that meeting is that Kenmore was not alone. Many cities were hit with a similar incident, similar attack, cities like Berkeley, California, Fairbanks, Alaska, and a sprinkle of others. And there is some speculation as to whether this was an AI-generated attack, but we don't have enough information to determine one way or another. Responses by cities to the incidents have varied. At least a small handful of cities have decided to completely eliminate virtual public comment participation. This is for the purposes of maximum security. So now the council is poised with a new question. Can the city preserve virtual participation while minimizing the risk of future incidents? And so our council has requested that the city does continue to offer this, but with additional safeguards. So we've discussed this with our IT providers, and we've recommended implementing the following: requiring advanced signups for all virtual comments and public hearings, and password protecting all of our future council webinars. Now, just so you know, our sister cities locally are already utilizing signups like this. The City of Bothell, City of Kirkland, City of Bellevue, City of Shoreline, even Lake Forest Park. So essentially, most cities have learned that if you are to make this offering, you have to put in some security and procedural guardrails to continue. Now, if it's acceptable to the council, we'd like to move forward with a concept of a sign-up form embedded in our website. And if you'd let us, we're going to take a 30-second detour of what that might look like. And I'm going to ask our deputy clerk to show us right now. Now, the first thing I want to mention is where we want to put a sign-up form. We want to make it as easy as possible to find. So we would suggest that we put it in two different places on our website. The first is on the City Council webpage. It's a logical place to go if a person wants to participate and communicate with the City Council. So it would live right there where Michelle is hovering in the left-hand corner, City Council. Now, the second place we'd like to place it is under the segment titled I want to sign up to speak. So we don't have that built into the website yet, but that's where we hope to go. The second thing we want to do is we want to show you a demo of what this form might look like. And in real time, we're going to fill one out. Here's an example of what a form might look like. It's embedded straight into the website. It's a demo form. You're going to go ahead and fill out your full name if you're a member of the community and you want to participate. Fill out your address. Your phone number. Your email address. You're going to select the meeting date. And we're going to offer you all of the opportunities presented at that meeting for you to participate. And sometimes we have more than one. You'll get to sign up for whichever one you want to. The other item there is we want people to attest that they read the instructions. It's really important to us when we receive these forms that the name that's submitted through the form matches who we see in our Zoom room. It's very hard to verify who's who, especially in light of incidents like this. And this is just one way that we can stay consistent in helping verify someone. We have a CAPTCHA to help preclude bots from sending 7 billion response forms to our email address. And this will generate, and that was very quick, this will generate essentially a copy of the exact form you filled out in real time. And much like any other website, you know, part of capturing cookies does capture your IP address. It captures some of the activity when you're utilizing our website. And so the city clerk's team might be able to get some of that embedded data too if we were ever to need it. This is an example of where we're heading. And I did want to mention one other thing, and that is the timeline. If this is the direction that council would like to continue heading, we would like to try this form, try a virtual sign up and have it ready for people to use for the next general meeting, which would be November 13th. And I think operationally we're ready to do that. We're ready to have the form go live minus a couple of tiny tweaks. And if it works, great. If it gives us all the data that we need in order to continue, I think that's going to be a good win. And it would mean that the disruption to the community was very limited in terms of not being able to participate virtually.
Councilmember Shubnik?
Yeah, a couple quick clarifications. So when you said the link is going to be under the city council, do you mean it's also going to be on the agenda? I guess I would want it to be there.
Sure. No,
Okay.
absolutely. So it's going to have the form itself is embedded into the website, but the link to get there can be shared anywhere.
Right.
And so, yes, we plan to share that hyperlink also in the header of the
Yeah,
agenda.
there you go.
Yeah, to
Okay.
make it as simple as possible.
Yeah, and then the other question I had, I think there was some question of when the link to sign up would be closed. And I was just wondering where you guys were at with that thinking.
We haven't set a specific time on that, but one thing that we do want to be mindful of is that when our council agendas get published 10 days in advance, we have two parallel packets, essentially two agendas that are out there at the same time, and we don't want to cause any confusion. So the live date is likely going to be the Tuesday following every council meeting. And the close date is likely going to be an hour or two before the council meetings begin. But where in that window or the exact precise time, we haven't ironed out yet.
Councilmember Baker?
How will we have verification that the information given is valid?
Well, that's a tricky question. In this day and age, many people, depending on how intelligent they are and what their motivations are, they can spoof just about anything. It's a day of deception in some sense, right? And so what this does give us is at least a standard series of data points where we can begin to cross-reference those if we needed to. And that's more than what we've had to date. It's significantly more than what we've had to date. So can we essentially say we're going to know exactly who it is that shows up in our Zoom meetings? No, we can't. We don't have any way of verifying that. But what we can say is this is better than what we've had before. And these safeguards have worked for other cities, and our IT provider suggests that we start here.
So there's no provision to contact the individual to verify that
Well,
No
one,
number is real and they're real.
we can build that in. I mean, one thing that we can do is we would begin communicating with them via email to verify that they're showing up, to let them know that they're part of the list. And that's one way of seeing if there's a human on the other line, right? But if we need to add more layers, we can do that.
I'm not suggesting you contact everybody or email everybody, just a random one to make sure that we're receiving valid information.
We can think about that.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the time and effort that went into making these recommendations, and that it will ensure our public can continue to participate in a very meaningful way and engaging the public process for providing testimony on important issues that they care deeply about, let alone public hearing comment. This is nothing different than what's done in Olympia. For providing in-person or remote testimony. I think this is a good way to go in moving forward to ensure that we have a safe and healthy public space for our community to participate and be part of. And that is a good guardrail and good barrier put into place. Like this is a healthy opportunity for our community and to ensure public safety of the public meeting space. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, I want to thank you for all the work you've put into this. I know I've heard from some folks that are a little disappointed that we suspended virtual comment. And, I am also, to be honest, as the person who got the camera installed in council chambers so that folks could watch our meetings from home, and as someone who's fought really hard to continue doing virtual participation even after we went back to in person, I recognize the importance of making it as easy as possible for folks to participate in our public meetings. That said, the events of 2 weeks ago were not acceptable, and the suspension was necessary for us just to get some basic guardrails in place so we can return to virtual public comment and hopefully avoid what we dealt with a couple weeks ago. So I really appreciate our clerks for putting their heads together and tackling this as quickly as they have and coming back with a really solid plan, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleague, Michelle King, as well.
Thank you both. Next on the agenda, Puget Sound Energy presentation on clean energy work presented by Josh Jacobs, Vice President of Clean Energy Strategy and Planning, and Julian Lowe, Local Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Herbig, council members. Thank you again so much for this opportunity. We certainly in the past have come here to Kenmore City Council, recognizing the priority that the City Council and the city have set on climate and sustainability. And so at City Manager Carl Lindsay's invitation, we're here tonight to present a little bit about Puget Sound Energy's clean energy strategy. I just really want to underscore that it is foundational that we cannot achieve the state's goals without the partnership with our customers and the cities. And so I've already had really good conversations with Richard and Nina to date about green power. Really want to look forward to find other ways where you can partner with the city on all the list of items that you just shared during the study session. And so I'd like to introduce Josh to share a little bit more about our strategy, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Julian. And I just want to echo that. I thought the staff presentation on the various programs that are under consideration, I thought it was fantastic. It was great to see and hear some of the thinking that goes on behind the scenes relative to some of the programs that we put forward. Very similar conversations and discussions about carbon reduction costs and really what's the right path forward for customers. So today we're excited to be here just to tell a little bit about our story. There's an awful lot going on inside the walls of Puget Sound Energy, and I just want to share a little bit about that in the short amount of time that I have today. Really just want to talk a little bit about electricity, natural gas, and customer to give you a sense of what our focus is and what we're striving to achieve. So just real quick, setting the stage, Puget Energy, so gas and electric utility from Canadian border all the way down past Olympia. One point I want to make from this introductory slide is just the simple fact that our gas and electric service territory don't exactly match up. We have about 50% of our gas customers outside of our electric service territory. So when we talk about fuel switching or electrification, that's a really important point as we think about how do we do this in a planned and thoughtful way. And there are impacts not only to PSE and PSE customers, but also to some of the other electric service providers in the region like Snohomish, Seattle City Light, and Tacoma Power. We have about 3,400 employees at Puget Sound Energy, all within the communities that we serve. We're right now at about 1.2 million electric customers, a little over 900,000 gas customers. So what are we focused on from a clean energy transition perspective as it relates to our electric grid? So many of you are familiar with the Clean Energy Transformation Act, entered into law in 2019. That really set the stage for a lot of work activity and implementation at utilities like PSE. Since that time, we've been working to implement the major milestones associated with the Clean Energy Transformation Act. And some of the big ones are noted here. By 2025, needing to be completely coal-free in our portfolio, 80% clean by 2030, and 100% clean by 2045. What this kicked into motion was an entirely new planning process for us as we lay out new objective criteria for what our portfolio needs to look like in the future. I'm responsible at PSE for integrated resource planning process where we forecast all of our demand, our load forecasts. We look at a range of resources that can meet that demand for a 20 to 25 year period. And that's really what we're depicting here is the output of our most recent integrated resource planning process that lays out targets for both 2030 and 2045. And there's some big numbers that I want to point out here. Keep in mind, Puget Sound Energy, our peak load is about 5,000 megawatts in the winter. And in the summer, we're about 1,000 megawatts below that. So we're still absolutely a winter peaking utility, even though we see summer peaks growing faster than winter peaks. But by 2030, based on the clean energy standards and the transition of our portfolio, we're forecasting that we're going to need an additional 6,700 megawatts of new nameplate capacity. And there's a couple of drivers for that. The first one is just demand. We see load forecasts growing more rapidly in the future. Right now, we're forecasting about a 2% load growth, both for energy and capacity. And in addition to that, we're also dealing with resources that will be out of our portfolio. Coal is the big one. So we have about 740 megawatts of coal generation in our portfolio today. About half of that comes out of Montana, out of coal strip 3 and 4. And about half of that, we're part of the Centralia Coal Transition Agreement. And that facility will sunset at the end of 25. And we're currently taking about 400 megawatts off that plant. So from a planning perspective, January 1st, 2026, it's kind of a scary date for us because it's the first time in our portfolio that we won't have that base load resource. And so what we're doing right now is planning for how to meet the shortfall. So in addition to loads, in addition to sunsetting or retiring resources, we're also dealing with a change to market dynamics. Our customers have benefited for decades in the surplus of hydro that exists in the region that we live in. As a result, we have intentionally been a little bit short in our position and procured energy from the market because it's cost effective and it's the cheapest option for our customers. We no longer like that strategy given the supply demand fundamentals. And as a part of that, that's kind of layering into the 6,700 megawatts that we're trying to attain by 2030. So a couple of things to point out as well. This isn't going to be a rifle shot solution, a one resource solution that will help us get there. It's really going to be every tool in the toolbox. And we think about it in terms of the large categories here of demand side resources, energy efficiency falls in that category, demand response programs fall in that category, distributed energy resources. We talk a lot about rooftop solar, local batteries in the local grid. And the big one is supply side resources. So large utility scale resources like wind, solar, large storage facilities. And we're looking literally at every emerging technology like nuclear, long duration storage, green hydrogen for power production, really to help fill in the gap. We're not like California where we have a renewable resource like solar that pairs nicely with the peak demand of the day. Moving forward, we see a lot more wind on our system. That's really the predominant new incremental renewable resource of choice. We do see some solar, but we're going to see a lot of wind. The challenge that we have in the Pacific Northwest is we don't have an hours issue where we're trying to shift from peak demand to a couple of hours at night when the sun sets. We could have an issue of days. And so we really need long duration dispatchable capacity that can help fill in the gap. If you just think back to 2021, I think it was, where we had the heat dome event in the summer and the polar vortex event in the winter. Those are really difficult load service days for us. A high pressure weather system, no wind on the system. And if you fast forward to 2030, 2045, if wind is your main resource on the system, those events you really have to account for. So what's your backstop resource? And so we're looking at all of the above from a dispatchable capacity perspective, and that's a lot of what my team focuses on. So what about the gas system? So if we're looking at how we're going to decarbonize the electric grid, and we have all these challenges on the electric side, it gets even more challenging on the gas side. We've been studying our system since late 2019, early 2020 to really understand what are the viable, meaningful pathways that we can invest in to help decarbonize our natural gas system. Keep in mind, we have 900,000 gas customers. We have billions of pipeline infrastructure that we've invested in to help meet the needs of our customers. And the conclusion that we've come to after a series of several different studies is that we absolutely have to transition the gas system in a planned and thoughtful way. Because the fact of the matter is the electric grid was never sized or intended to immediately take all of the incremental load that might be necessary from the gas system. A good example is, again, our 5,000 megawatt electric load. The equivalent on a peak winter day of energy that is delivered through our gas infrastructure is about 12 gigawatts. So imagine all the generation, all the transmission, all the distribution investment that would be required in all of our communities to help transition that in a thoughtful way. And that's a lot of what we're looking at today. And there's a couple of different pathways that we think are really promising. I heard a little bit of the excitement around heat pumps. We're in the middle of a targeted electrification pilot strategy analysis situation with a lot of our interested stakeholders and interested parties, also partnering with the Seattle City Light to help understand what are the real barriers and impacts to customers as they look to electrify. What's the true cost for customers, whether it's the heat pump, the type of technology, retrofits that might be required, panel upgrades that might be required. And really, we're just trying to really paint the picture for what is a bottoms up approach to actually identifying barriers and burdens, and then putting some structure around that with programs that we can put forward to commission to help incent and drive the right adoption of heat pump technologies. One of the real concerns that we have with heat pumps, though, is it matters the type of technology you select. What we have found in our study is below 35, 32 degrees, the heat pump technology kicks over to, I guess, what's akin to a little toaster oven. And that's more than a little bit problematic when we think about meeting peak load on the electric grid. And so what we're focused on is how do we leverage existing infrastructure for peak load service, but on an annual basis, lower the send out or the gas consumption through the use of heat pumps to help manage carbon reduction. And so that's a part of the strategy that we're putting together, and we're trying to prove that out through our pilots and analysis. We also see a lot of promise with alternative fuels. Renewable natural gas is part of our portfolio today. It's about 3% of the energy that we deliver to customers, and we see that growing in time. We also see an opportunity with green hydrogen. I don't know if you've tracked lately, but DOE just announced the hydrogen hub winners, and Washington State was selected along with Oregon and Montana with the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Association. We've been participating in that group since its inception because we see two really strong use cases at the company to help promote green hydrogen, both power production and blending in our local distribution system. We are part of a node that was in the winning bidder package for the DOE grant. We'll start negotiations with DOE on how much of the federal funds will be associated with our project here in the next couple of months. But we're really excited and encouraged that Washington State is going to get that inflection and infusion in federal funds to help really drive the green hydrogen economy and be a catalyst for other use cases that we can see promote the use of that alternative fuel. So we talked a little bit about partnerships, and that really is, I think, the theme not only of the day, but of the next several years as we think about what will the grid of the future look like. Certainly historically, we've looked at the distribution system as kind of a one-way delivery mechanism. That's not going to be the case in the future. We see it really as a two-way platform moving forward. And what we're engaged in is how to understand the benefits to customers, the benefits to finding efficiencies in how we operate the grid. And we talk a lot about energy orchestration. It's how do we align customer behavior and demand, flexibility that might be inherent in the buildings that we manage, and how do we tie that back and stitch that back to how we manage the overall efficient use of energy supply. We have a really strong platform of customer programs. We heard a little bit earlier about Green Power Solar Choice. One of my absolute favorite programs where customers pay a little bit extra. We go out and find renewable energy credits to pair with their usage. We have some surplus in that program, and we have about, as a result of that, we have about 80 or so different projects up and down our service territory where we've partnered with community centers, food banks, schools to drive rooftop solar and lower their overall energy bill. It's a really great program. Just an example of some of the things that are going on at PSE. Net metering, we have about 167 megawatts of net metering on our system today. We see that growing around 3 megawatts a month, just a huge, historically, solar in the Pacific Northwest wasn't really a driving factor, but we're starting to see it gain traction and get legs and be a part of our portfolio of the future. What we have on the screen here are probably three major areas that are part of our plan moving forward. Distributed energy resources, demand response, and transportation electrification. And as we think about how each one of those components play a part in how we manage the grid, we're really trying to drive and develop programs that connect us and partner us with our customers, both at a residential level, a commercial level, and industrial level. And our objective here is to make sure that we can enable and be a catalyst for the clean energy transition and not be a roadblock or an impediment. And one of the main challenges that we have is just the pace and the scale at which electrification is occurring. And we're starting to see pinch points on our system, substations that are getting close to that level where we need to invest in additional banks or additional substations or additional transmission lines. And our goal is to really engage with our customers, understand what's in their portfolio and how quickly they want to change, bring that back into our planning process, be able to provide a platform of different products and services that might allow them to grow quicker than it might take to build a new substation, whether it's demand response, energy efficiency, microgrids or distributed resources on their local footprint, but really change the conversation about how we do this together, because it is going to be a significant lift. We do see a lot of investment at all levels, generation, transmission, and distribution. And we have to do it in a planned and thoughtful way to ensure that we can meet everybody's needs, goals, and objectives with the clean energy transition to be safe, reliable, affordable, and decarbonize at the same time. So those are some of the things that we're focused on at PSC, and happy to take any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. I do think this presentation is like perfectly aligned with some of the other things we're talking about. I have more of kind of like a high level philosophy type of question that I was hoping you could answer. And that is like, what is driving PSC's change to clean energy, and what are PSC's like general considerations for environmental impact and like sustainability? I looked on your website and I was looking for like mission, values, those types of statements, but I didn't find anything like that. And I'm wondering this because I'm wondering if like I can understand the complexity and nuances of meeting like the balance of energy sources and that things are transitioning, but is it the legislation that you all are meeting as like is that your target, or does the organization have like overarching vision and idea of like where you're heading?
Yeah, I would say it's the latter. We're certainly leaning into the legislation, right? We're a compliance organization, so we certainly that's kind of step one. But I'd also give a lot of credit to our CEO, Mary Kipp, who joined the company in 2019. Shortly thereafter, she began to put her fingerprints on the organization in terms of expectations and our North Star. A good example of that is in early 21, we launched our Beyond Net Zero carbon campaign, where by 2045, we want to be a Beyond Net Zero carbon company. And that in large part is complying with CETA, looking at some of our internal operating characteristics of our fleet and in our buildings, and kind of walking the talk. I think I heard that phrase earlier today, and we subscribe to that. But also going further on the gas side of the business, which is a challenge to decarbonize, no doubt. But leaning into that challenge, embracing the Climate Commitment Act, finding ways to help implement that in a successful way. And some of the targets that we have on that side of the business are to be 30% in reductions for carbon emissions by 2030 and 100% by 2045. That is an aspirational goal. We know that we need new policies, we need new technologies to make that happen, but that's part of what we're focused on at the company is identifying those opportunities and trying to drive in that direction. And then the last leg of the Beyond Net Zero carbon objective is customer. How do we help customers kind of outside of our typical utility footprint achieve their carbon objectives, whether it's transportation, whether it's building electrification or decarbonization, but leaning into that, understanding what the customers want and helping to drive, using our footprint, using our platform to help drive the right programs and incentives to enable that.
Councilmember, thank you so much for that question, and I'll certainly share that feedback back with our web team about just making that more evident. Certainly, to Josh's point, Mary has made very clear that climate change is real and that we all have a role in working to address that. The walking the talk is really, something we've done in Olympia. The Clean Energy Transformation Act is a bill that PSC supported. The Clean Buildings Act to decarbonize, reduce emissions from the built environment, that was something we supported. More recently than that, the low carbon fuel standard, another piece of landmark legislation, is something that Puget Sound Energy supported. And the Climate Commitment Act, again, something that we have supported. And I think we're really at an exciting time because never in, I think, our nation's history, we have the funding from the federal and state levels to help with funding some of these new technologies for our customers, whether it's, again, transportation electrification or building decarbonization. And so that is something that we are working really hard on and definitely looking to implement in an effective way to achieve those emissions reductions. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you. I have two more. The other is, and I'm familiar with some of the programs because I think I've registered for them myself, but I know that many of the green options for residential options, there's always like an upcharge for it, like $4 or $8 or, like an additional charge to subscribe to those. And I could understand that maybe that needs to go to like the change in the infrastructure. And so there's a cost and investment that PSC needs to make and we need to recover that. But what about people who can't afford that? Is there a plan to somehow incentivize greater access to that, to those options?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. That's part of what we're trying to unpack with some of our pilot work. Certainly a focus of our target electrification pilot is to understand the burdens and barriers to our highly impacted and vulnerable populations and to construct opportunities to mitigate their energy burden. And so, today we have this pairing of voluntary customer programs, and we have great adoption in our service territory. About 15% of our customers are voluntarily participating, paying a little bit extra to decarbonize. We just were recognized last week by NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, for having nationwide the third most engagement in our customer programs across 800-900 different utilities. And so we've got in this area just a great engagement with customers for our programs. At the same time, we're focused on decarbonizing our overall portfolio, right? I heard a little bit with staff comments about the Green Direct, and it doesn't really make sense past 2030. That's exactly how we look at it as well, because in 2019, our portfolio was about 34% clean. We are today in around 50% clean, and by the end of 25, we'll be around 60% clean. And we're really just trying to ratably move the dial so we can land right at that 80% clean by 2030. And there's a lot of investment that's happening to make that happen on a utility scale and distributed scale level. And so that's really where I think the dollars are focused, is to help us, decarbonize our overall portfolio and hit those objectives.
Great. And then my last kind of comment, I guess, more than a question, is as your capacity improves to be able to move more towards clean energy options, hopefully you will also partner with businesses since they use so much energy. And I see there's a little bit of that on your website under businesses, but I think that's obviously a big opportunity.
Yeah, we've talked with them very regularly about how they can decarbonize their fleets. We have the Strategic Energy Management Program that we encourage cities and our large customers to participate in. So that's a very much an area of focus. And those companies out there and those businesses, they too have their climate goals that they want to hit via their ESG goals. And so we know that they have those goals that they want to meet, and we are doing absolutely what we can to help them achieve their climate and energy goals as well.
Great, thank you.
Couple of quick questions. When you spoke about clean hydrogen, and I know there's a lot of buzz going on around that right now, but I do know that hydrogen production can produce more greenhouse gases than it saves, the production of the hydrogen compared to actually the energy you get out of the hydrogen produced. So how will PSC produce or source hydrogen in a way that will actually reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions?
Yeah, great question. And if you know anything about hydrogen, you know that there's a whole rainbow of colors for different types of hydrogen, or how hydrogen is produced. And predominantly, well, exclusively what we're looking at here is green hydrogen. So we'll be partnering with a hydrogen producer who will be securing renewable energy to effectively crack water and produce hydrogen in the process. And so green hydrogen, leveraging solar, hydro, wind resources that are in the Pacific Northwest. And so that's really how we get to a lower carbon footprint with an alternative fuel.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Really appreciate it. Oh, sorry, Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. Some of the feedback we've had, I have experienced, is from union partners who are concerned about jobs that are being phased out in Puget Sound Energy without the pathway of upward mobility for your employees as you're moving to the green energy and green jobs. So I want to hear how you anticipate continuing to grow your workforce and create upward mobility within your company. This is important to ensuring that we are able to meet those together goals on our green goals. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. And just a little bit about my background. I've been with the company for 25 years. I started in the call center as a customer service representative, and PSC, I think, is a great example of opportunity and upward mobility, and that's something that we believe in and we promote and really focus on. As we think about the clean energy transition, there's a lot of different opportunities for us to look at the labor force, and a lot of what PSC does is partner with providers to help us achieve our objectives. And through that process, ensure that we've got the right contractual arrangements for the workforce or the labor that we think is the best fit for the resources that need to be constructed, whether it's utility scale resources or installers, builders locally. We do see a challenge on the horizon with skilled, quality labor workforce as we think about all of the different components of the clean energy transition, whether it's installing heat pumps or installing solar panels on roofs or building transmission lines. And so that is part of what our focus is, make sure we have a workforce that's able and ready and trained to help us meet the objectives that are in front of us with our capital plans and how we operate and maintain the system. But it's certainly a challenge and something that we are focused on.
Well, I appreciate that you're focused on it, and hearing from our union brothers and sisters out in the field. Part of the concerns is the cost in relation to a continuing education to be able to maintain competing workplace, so they don't get phased out of your industry. So how do you anticipate fulfilling the need?
Well, we don't anticipate phasing anybody out. We have more work in front of us, and our main goal is to attract and retain our staff and our employees, and to the extent that we have work that we need to grow the workforce, that we will have plans in place that enable us to do that. So our focus isn't to phase anybody out. Our focus is to make sure that we have the ability to attract and retain the skilled workforce that we need to accomplish our objectives.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
On that note, can cities help with that? Like I've been thinking how important it is for us to attract and retain, create a workforce in our region. Something like apprenticeship programs to support the work that needs to be done. I mean, the scale of the work is big. So would that be helpful?
I think it'd be worth exploring, right? I don't have a solution off the top of my head sitting here, but I think to the extent that we were able to get in a room and talk through what might be the art of the possible, we're always interested in those conversations to see how we can move further faster and really love the job creation concept and what your earlier comments of what this actually means. And that's a large part of what we're a component here that we didn't talk about is equity. And through CETA, it really was a catalyst for organizations like PSE and others to look at equity in a new way. So how do we help our highly impacted and vulnerable populations, not just through the transition, but how do they benefit from the transition? And some of that is related to good local jobs and opportunities that we can pair with folks that are in different communities that we serve. And so to the extent that we can brainstorm and come up with solutions together, we'd love to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler?
I have one last comment, I think. I don't want this to come across the wrong way. I just want to share feedback that I hear from the community. And that is, we know PSE is privately owned. My understanding is from foreign investors. And I've compared PSE to a lot of publicly owned utility districts. And I notice a stark difference in terms of like the values and missions and the motivators. And, and I'm also very realistic about a privately owned company. Like you may answer to investors and big motivation may be profit. Like I'm totally understandable of that. I guess what I'm saying is because you're our primary provider of electricity and what you do has such a big impact on our environment, we need you to be aggressively thinking about our environment and the impact and what you can do. So that question earlier of like, what is your goal? What is your target? What is your vision and mission? Like, we don't want that to be the floor. We want you to be aggressively going after what you can do because we all live on the same planet, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Councilmember, that absolutely is a part of where we are looking to go together with you as our customers. And I did want to touch on that issue of equity. It is certainly fundamental to how we were looking to do this. So when the COVID pandemic came around, we were the first utility, to go to the Utilities and Transportation Commission to say there will be no shutoffs of service for our customers before any public utilities had done so. We have, you had the proclamation this evening about hunger and homelessness awareness. Over the last several years and years predating that, PSE has supported organizations. We supported and enhanced support for food banks. We fund organizations focused on issues of homelessness. And for, one of the comments is that, PSE has been a part of this state for 150 years plus. We're celebrating our sesquicentennial this year. And so, when I look at things like Snoqualmie Falls, which, is a PSE facility, these are absolutely efforts of how we are looking to achieve a clean energy future together with all of our customers. So thank you for that question, and I'm glad I was able to share again a little bit about what PSC has been doing.
You get bonus points for Sequicentennial. Sorry, just prompted by some of my colleagues' comments here, and it got me thinking, we've been talking a lot about the energy generation, and you did talk about this in your presentation, but you mentioned decarbonization of natural gas system. And I mean, we need to be just plain. Natural gas is methane, which is a pretty terrible greenhouse gas at the end of the day. And even if it's burned, it still is creating things that are not healthy for people's homes and for the environment in general. Can you speak a little bit more about decarbonization of your natural gas system?
Sure. So we see three main pathways that we're focused on, and I'll just hit them again. So the first is electrification. So the question there is, what is electrification? How do you roll it out? What's the cost for electrification? And while we have done a series of top-down studies for viable pathways, how do you achieve maximum decarbonization at the lowest cost? We're now at the point where we're looking at bottoms-up costs for different programs, right? It's not a theoretical math exercise. This is the true costs for this pathway, this pathway, this pathway. And the three that we are primarily looking at: electrification, which is heat pumps. And we're looking at a range of different heat pump technologies, from standard air-sourced heat pumps that have that electric resistance heat issue that I mentioned, cold weather heat pumps, very expensive, but maybe in time the technology will improve and the cost price point will come down. And hybrid heating solutions, which is leveraging existing gas infrastructure for cold winter days, but deploying heat pumps in parallel to help lower carbon emissions on an average annual basis. And so that's generally the electrification track that we're looking at. We're looking at renewable natural gas. How do we grow our portfolio, which is about 3% today? Where are the projects? What transmission or pipeline infrastructure would be required? What's the feedstock? How long does the feedstock supply last? So getting real true costs for projects in the Pacific Northwest or even further that might pair with our portfolio. And then the last piece is alternative fuel number 2, green hydrogen. How do we certainly have our foot in the door with the Hydrogen Hub Award and the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Association, and about 100 megawatt plant that we're planning to build for power production. But through that, we're also going to learn, how do we deploy that and blend in our local distribution system? We've been studying that for the last 2 or 3 years, understanding embrittlement issues, customer appliance issues, heating content issues, to help inform us for what would be required to actually put viable projects forward. And so in addition to that, leaning into the Climate Commitment Act and the ratable reduction of emission allowances, and understanding how Ecology is implementing that program and how all of that plays together to lower the costs to customers for decarbonization. So those are the 3 general pathways that we're embracing. We are on a pathway to develop a decarbonization plan with the Commission that lays out true costs for different programs in order to get cost recovery for the investments that we see as necessary.
Thank you very much. Any last questions? All right, this time I mean it. Thank you very much for coming. Really appreciate your time. Mr. City Manager, where's the fun?
Well, Your Honor, we've got a couple items. It's going to be 3 weeks until our next regular meeting, so I thought I'd squeeze a couple "Where's the Funds" in tonight. The first one is from the Kenmore Heritage Society. They recently had the photo contest, and Mirella Alejandrino was in charge of it. And Mirella and Suzanne, you both want to come up and tell us who the winners were?
Thank you so much for having us tonight. I'm Marilla Alejandrino and Suzanne Greathouse, and we're part of the Kenmore Heritage Society. The Kenmore Heritage Society, we just wrapped up our 9th annual North Shore Fun Photo Contest, like Rob said. The contest ran from September 30th through October 8th, and entrants had the opportunity to submit photos in 5 different categories. The Heritage Society initiated the contest in 2015, and the contest used to be a one-day event entitled A Day in the Life of Kenmore. Participants only had 24 hours to take and upload photos in the categories, and there was a $10 entry fee, and the photos had to be taken within the city of Kenmore. And so over the years, aspects of the contest have changed and now runs over several days to accommodate families' busy schedules. The contest is free to enter, and there's a separate youth division. The contest was also expanded to include photos from both Bothell and Woodinville, so basically the North Shore School District. The contest is not a professional photo contest, and the entries judged are based on the most creative interpretation of the category. The categories from this year's contest were As Good as It Gets, A Smile Can Change the World, Trash, Every Wrinkle is a Story, and Risk versus Rewards. And there's some big money for this contest. Adult winners receive $100 for each first place category and $50 for second place. And in the youth division, prizes were $50 for first place and $25 for second place. We also have a Whimsy Award for photos in both the adult and youth divisions and awarded prizes for those. We also do a grand prize winner, and that's chosen from one of the first place winners, and they receive a $200 gift certificate from Kenmore Camera, who was one of our original sponsors of the contest and has always supported our contest over the years. And this year we renamed the award, the grand prize award, to the Jim Donovan Best in Show Award to honor Jim Donovan, founder of Kenmore Camera. We also added a few years ago a new element called the Charity Challenge, and Suzanne's going to explain how that worked.
So we realize how difficult it is for small nonprofits in the city to generate funds. So I have a foundation that was put in place after my daughter's passing, the Alex Greathouse Foundation. So we donate $500 to be given to a charity in Kenmore, and it's selected by the winner of the Charity Challenge. And so what was really interesting this time is that the Kenmore Rowing Club was the recipient, and they had no idea who the photographer was. And we assumed it was someone from the rowing group, but it turns out it's a retired gentleman who just walks around and takes photos. And he just pulled out of the air the Kenmore Rowing Club. So they received $500 as part of the Charity Challenge. Also, North Shore Utility District participates, and some of the photos you would see, instead of a person's name, it would say NUD 1 or 2. And they give all of those proceeds to Mary's Place, which is their charity as well. So we feel pretty good about that. This particular photo, these people, the gentleman on the left was a child when Kenmore was first becoming a city, and he and his brother are in the history book. This was our main winner. Also the Charity Challenge.
Just to thank the rest of the sponsors who help us every year. We'd like to acknowledge Kenmore Camera, of course, What's Up, Stand Up Paddle and Surf, 192 Brewery, Karen Brewery, Marilla Alejandrino, Windermere Real Estate, and then of course, Alex Greathouse Foundation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This is what builds community. So thank you both for all you do to be co-creators. All right, so last Saturday was a really fun event. It was Jack Crawford Day, and it's the day where we all work at his favorite park, which was Longboom Park. And we had about 39 volunteers, and a large percentage of them were high school students from the local Key Club and the Honor Society. And it was just a great turnout and a lot of fun, pretty decent weather. It was really great to see there's Councilmember Shrebnick working away on the Japanese knotweed. And I think there was an earlier shot of there's Quinn Prophet, who was our leader. And I think there was an earlier photo of the mayor shoveling compost. I loved seeing that. That was great. So, oh, there he is right there. So, and look at Quinn's just kind of bossing him around, telling him what to do. So it was a great event, and I'm really thankful for my staff, my coworkers who put this together. So, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. I may still be sore from Saturday, but it was a lot of fun. Next up on the agenda, public comment. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We will hear from our on-site guests. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will call your name when it is your turn. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. And please note that the virtual public comment is temporarily suspended. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 guests wishing to speak: Sarah Solom Hayashi, Elizabeth Mooney, Mariela Alejandrino, Suzanne Greathouse, and Chris Olson.
Good evening, Mayor. Oh, I'm Sarah Hayashi with the Arts of Kenmore. I'm a resident of Kenmore for the coming up on 26 years. And a little preemptive here, coming up on the first item on your consent agenda, coming up after the comments. I just want to give my appreciation as you are about to designate Arts of Kenmore as our official local arts agency. This designation will help AOK grow into the next level that we have been building on for the last 25 years, and we will continue to go to the next 25 years. We have diligently spent the last 5 years in particular, if not last 25, developing strategies to get us to this point and the next 5 years. We've been very cognizant over the years, particularly in facilitating community-driven projects, to keep them within the city's art policy, to keep them within the industry standards, best practices, to keep them legal and available for all, to let them be or guide them to be something that is a reflection of our community and creates just a great Kenmore community. This designation gives us a recognition, will help AOK be recognized with King County, with ArtsWA, which is state funding, and nationally for getting support for accessing funding. And last, I just wanted to throw in, arts impacts more than just a city's beauty. It impacts economic development, impacts housing, it impacts transit and conservation. It educates all of us to understand other people in our community, other cultures, and ultimately impacts public safety and mental health. It actually lowers, like the murals actually lower hypertension, help you drive slower, and maybe actually help you be nicer to other people. So we look forward to continuing the next 25 years and being a strategic partner with the city. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. Elizabeth Mooney, citizen of Kenmore since 1995. I'm here tonight to clarify an asphalt facility point for council, for public that might be interested. It's meant to clear up some misunderstandings that people have, understandably. It's complicated. So a fact is that Heidelberg Materials operates the Kenmore asphalt plant. It used to be called other things like Cadman. Great. It leases from the company Cal Portland. Cal Portland is their landlord. Now, this is the important point. There's a public agency, yes, Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. Don't think that the agency has the authority to shut down the asphalt plant. Do not believe that there's an overriding protector that will say your emissions are unhealthy, we're going to close you down. That is not true. I have just verified that with the man who works for Heidelberg Materials before I came in tonight. So here's what you can do. And thank you, Bridget Baker, who is our staff member, and Chris, who answers the phone. You can now call the city of Kenmore, 425-398-8900, right? And you can say, I'm leaving a message because I do not feel safe that what I'm breathing in right now that's coming from the asphalt plant feels good to me. That happened for me last week twice. I called, and what happens now, thank you, city, for doing what you did, is that that message now goes to Heidelberg Materials. I believe I'm right, that this is a change from before you hired the folks. So thank you. I believe that is all accurate. This didn't happen before the new permit. So now what happens is Coleman Hoyt will call you, and here's his number, because you can also call him directly, but I would prefer that the city collect these complaints and even put a sign down on the Burt Gilman Trail and at our parks with a QR code that gives out 206-376-2042 Coleman Hoyt. He will then call you. And what I think would be fantastic is to unite all of us through the city so that we know who complained. Doesn't have to be like a person, doesn't have to be your name. From where did they complain, so that we find out, is it happening because we're at the hangar? Is it happening because I'm walking on 181st? That happens a lot at 181st, by the way. It's disgusting. It doesn't feel healthy. And then we could find out when and where these happen. And people, I think, would at least feel better that we've got a group of people who are suffering or not. It doesn't really happen over on the Arrowhead side. But I think it's a public health and safety issue. And we can do it with some volunteers.
Thank you. Checking in with Mariela Alejandrino. Okay, I'm seeing from the audience that Mariela and Suzanne are declining to comment. They were signing up for the earlier segment. Chris Olson.
I was not expecting to speak that soon, but that's okay. Hi, I'm Chris Olson. I'm a resident of Kenmore. Tonight, I am speaking to just announce a couple things. So last week, I mentioned that I am an employee of a company that is in contract with the city. I sent an email tonight to the city. I was trying to get it out earlier, it just didn't happen on my end. And I asked for that to be included with the application that you'll see, preferably by the time that the interviews are occurring on the 13th. That's part of my application for the Planning Commission. Beyond that, I also wanted to just reaffirm my support for the CAP and looking into a public utility district. Those are types of things that I'm interested in and think that they would be beneficial to the city and citizens of the city. As far as the CAP goes, I really appreciated the questions asking about heat pumps and efficiency and things along those lines. Some of that to me would be also working to improve the insulation of buildings through potential grants or subsidies of things like high efficiency windows, panels, better doors, improvements in future building codes. And as the city has already discussed, removing natural gas from future construction as those places are easier to make sure that they're building adequate electrical facilities for things like heat pumps, where natural gas, unfortunately, it will continue to be necessary for at least the foreseeable future for many folks, just to make sure that they're warm and have that energy security. But we do need to be transitioning away from it faster than we are. Anyways, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Mayor Herbig, we have no one else signed in to speak.
All right. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. Next up, business agenda. First item on the business agenda, public services element and utilities element of the comprehensive plan updates presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Todd Hall. Actually, this might be a good time for a quick 5-minute break anyway, before we hit 9 o'clock. So let's take a 5-minute break, come back in 8:46, 8:47.
I just got him out of the back room.
Oh, you did.
Kenmore City Council will return to order. And we will return to item A on the business agenda, public services element and utilities element of the comprehensive plan updates, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Todd Hall. Ms. Bent.
Thank you very much. So we had a quick turnaround from last week where Planning Commission presented their recommendations and we heard some council comments and suggestions about changes, and we have incorporated those or addressed the comments. So I'm going to turn this over to Todd, who will now walk through what the comments and direction were and how we responded to those. At the end of that, we're looking for any additional council comments or questions and direction on whether we can kind of move forward with this for adoption in November, along with the other comprehensive plan elements that have previously been presented to you, which was the transportation element and the climate action element. So if we're ready to go, unless there are any preliminary questions.
Any questions?
So off we go.
Okay, Mayor Herbig, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, and council members, good evening again. Todd Hall. As Debbie mentioned, at last Monday's meeting, and the Planning Commission presented the recommendations for approval of both the public services element and utilities element of the Kenmore Comprehensive Plan. And the City Council also provided several suggested changes to be made of each of the elements. And these changes are outlined in the agenda bill, and it's also up on the screen here. And I'd also like to go over those briefly with you this evening. So beginning with the public services element, on page 9-4, franchise negotiations and events and volunteerism were deleted under the general administration functions in the first paragraph. And after noting this, I recognize that these were inadvertently deleted and should be included. These functions are also further mentioned in other sections of the element, and staff has removed the strike through for both of these items. Moving on to the second one, adults and couples wouldn't see themselves necessarily as categorized in the family services group. Where would they better be represented? And so on page 9-5, the title category is renamed to individual and family services to reflect the broader category. And I had a discussion with Tammy Cork, our new housing and human services manager, and she said sometimes the individual can include children seeking services outside their family. For instance, children under the age of 13 can seek mental health treatment without parental consent. Next one, Plymouth Housing is providing housing case management, a key human service, and will also be bringing in additional human services to meet the needs of residents and other individuals. And it would be good to include this. And again, per Tammy Cork and Stephanie Lukash, the Deputy City Manager, they noted that the city doesn't know yet what the services will be provided on the ground floor of the building, and case management services will only be provided for Plymouth residents. And so since this project is still under development, a more generalized statement has been provided regarding the Plymouth housing on page 9-8. Next comment here, the 988 and Washington Warm line are also associated with crisis connections and should be mentioned. And now those are both services are now included on page 9-6 under the new individual and family services section. The list of services and all human service categories seems like a variety of services that are provided around the region and not necessarily associated directly with Kenmore. Consider paring this list down to agencies who are operating in Kenmore, working with jurisdictions adjacent or close to Kenmore, or have a countywide presence relevant to Kenmore. So agencies not provided within or near Kenmore have been removed. And note that this isn't a comprehensive list. The city, again, recently hired Tammy Cork, the Housing and Human Services Manager, and under the leadership of the city manager's office, she'll be evaluating and expanding the city's human services program, including the development of a human services needs assessment in partnership with a UW Bothell student. And this will be available later to the community in the latter part of 2024. And then last comment here in terms of the public services element. In the implementation section, there is an idea to have a human services guide. However, as soon as this is published, it may become out of date, and consider removing this. And this has been removed from the implementation section on page 9-31. And I spoke to Tammy on this as well, and she agreed with this comment. So because of the ongoing development and the programming, that makes a lot of sense. So before I go on to the utilities element, I wanted to solicit any questions or feedback on these or any new ones you have.
I feel like a waiter, you caught me with my mouth full.
Sorry about that.
Comments, questions? I think we can move on.
Okay.
Oh, Councilmember Baker.
Oh, great, thank you. Okay, so next for the utilities element, there are a few comments for that one. There's still some parcels not on sewer in the city. Make sure there's a policy to ensure that parcels move from septic to sewer. And specifically policy U-1.1.10 on page 1021 states, ensure new development is served by the public sanitary sewer system. And then while there's no policy that forces existing parcels served by a septic system to be connected to the city's sanitary sewer, there may be instances when there is redevelopment of a parcel to then be connected to city sewer. And this is really on a case-by-case basis. So if you need to have me further explain that, I'm happy to do so. Then moving on to the second one, ensure there's a policy for encouraging recycling for the multifamily development. And I added a new policy U-4.2.2 on page 1025 to read, support King County and waste hauler programs to work with property owners of multifamily to begin recycling and composting. And then lastly, comment is ensure there's a policy that aligns with state direction limiting expansion of natural gas lines and move to a renewable energy. And we have a policy U-3.1.6 on page 10-22 that states support the transition from the use of natural gas to the use of green and renewable energy sources. So those are the extent of the comments on the utilities element. Any additional feedback?
Councilmember Shetnick.
Yeah, just a quick one on the utilities element, this first one, the parcels not on sewer. Do we have any, I guess I wasn't remotely thinking about, policies that would force somebody to do this, but rather, are there ways that we can support a property owner to do this? I mean, this is an expense. So is there, education, incentives? I mean, are there things that the city could consider doing to lower the barriers for someone to do this?
It's probably a more appropriate question to ask what the North Shore Utility District would do to encourage connection to sewer rather than a city program. So we can check with NUD, or we can add something in there about, encourage connection to sewer, something like that we can add.
City Manager.
Pretty much echoing what Ms. Bent just said. A few years ago, I had a conversation with the general manager of North Shore Utility District on this very topic. And he did list out some things that they do to help people make that transition from septic to sewer. It was years ago, so I can't remember the list in my head, but if you ever want them to come and talk to us, I'm sure they'd be happy to.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, okay. If we don't feel like we need any policy that kind of supports that position that we would like to see the whole city served by sewer. Anyway, if we don't feel like we need a policy, if that wouldn't help support NUD or make a nod to any other actions, then don't worry about it.
Well, there is an existing policy that states ensure new development is served by the public sanitary sewer system. We could add something and encourage development currently served by septic to transition to sewer. My words aren't there yet, but you see where I'm going with that. Okay.
Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. I do see where we're boxing ourselves a little bit in with this code update and revision recommendation. There have been home developers who have wanted to do green composting of their sewer waste with compostable toilets and have not had the opportunity to do that in our city without bringing in a line. So I just want to ask if we're looking future forward and for the folks who want to continue to take stronger green, clean options that would improve our climate goals. Are we thinking in this mindset at all of a code in relation to this? I do know that there are folks who thought about Kenmore but moved to Bothell because they had code that was more amenable for this sort of thing.
This is at a very high level policy direction. There is policy in there that talks about transition to renewable energy, sustainability. It doesn't specifically talk to the details of composting.
Right. I'm talking about not just not the general composting in general sense, compostable toilets. There are folks who want to build their homes with compostable toilets versus running the line. I bring that to point because it is why it's a little bit more common elsewhere. It's an emerging new trend. And for folks who are within our borders, it's an option. I know that there have been people who want to develop here and chose to move to Bothell because we didn't have such a policy in place.
So we can certainly investigate to see if they can add a policy or some additional language to your points.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this section? All right. Councilor Shrubnik?
It looks like there may be some, I mean, I would support Councilmember File on this. It does look like there may be some statewide rules on this. Just looking at an article about it right now. Thanks.
I think we can move on to the next section.
Okay, so I guess the next time you'll see this would be when we bring this forward for ordinance adoption, incorporating language about sewer connection for existing septic parcels and looking at adding a policy regarding compostable toilets.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, reviewing of planning commission applications presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Todd Hall.
I don't really have a lot to say other than we have 14 applications to serve on the Planning Commission. You have those application materials. There is currently one vacant position, and there are 3 terms that are expiring at the end of this year. The commissioners who are in those positions have also submitted applications to be considered. The interview schedule is now set for November 13th. We have let all applicants know that that date has changed from November 6th. So looking for council direction on which applicants to interview on November 13th.
So I know this could be an incredibly difficult and well, this can just be a hard, not a hard discussion, just hard to actually reach decision points on this sort of thing. So I would like to propose, unless there's any objection, that assuming that the 3 incumbent members wanted to stay, that we assume, well, that we would assume that they would go back and, well, at least, how to put this? I would say that I would propose that we would automatically interview the incumbent folks, Commissioner Lutzis, Commissioner Banasinski, and Commissioner Thompson. And then that leaves 11 other applications. And what I would like to do is to run through the list and just, because I'm assuming that everybody's flipped through the applications and has some folks that they're more interested in, that they're interested in interviewing. I'd like to go down the list and just get a sense for anybody who maybe has 3 people raising their hand might warrant an interview, and we can go from there. Councilmember File, did you have your hand up?
I do. We in the past have recommended 3 or 4 candidates and moved forward with that. I don't want to suspect on what my other colleagues may or may not want to do, but I think that's a fair, flat process.
I'm open to whatever the body wants to do, but I don't think I think it might be quicker just to go down through the list of folks and see if people have some basis of support rather than having each person name folks for interview that may only have their support. Because I think that's what we did last time, and we ended up interviewing some folks that ended up getting only 1 or 2 votes. What do folks think? All right, well, I'm just going to start from the top then. And if it's okay with folks, I'm going to skip over the incumbents.
And are we just voting for one person, or do we?
No, I would say vote for however many you're actually interested in interviewing. I assume you don't want to interview all 11.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
If anybody has 3 people's worth of support, then we will have them scheduled. So I'm skipping over Commissioner Lutzis, Commissioner Banasinski, Commissioner Thompson. Luckily, they were all together. So the next one is Christopher Olson. Thumbs up for interviewing Christopher. Okay, I see 4. Let's schedule. It looks like Councilmember File raised your hand. I assume that's a yes on your part, Councilmember File?
It sure is.
All right, great. Just checking. David Dorian. Okay, I see 4. I see 5. David. Marcia Fisher. I see 3, 4. Put her down for interview. Lawrence Hebner. Okay. Not seeing any thumbs for Nathan McDonald. I see 2. Okay, yeah, I only see 2 for Mr. McDonald. Vincent Keene. Okay. Not seeing any thumbs. Nadia Silver. Not seeing any thumbs. Mary Sullivan. Not seeing any thumbs. Eric Dockery. I'm the one with a thumb up. That's fine. Luke McMullen. Not seeing any thumbs. Nina Moss. See at least 3 to interview Nina. 4. And that's the list. I wasn't keeping track of that, so I hope that staff was keeping track of who we, okay. How many interviews does that leave us with?
5.
5. Councilmember Shribnick?
I just want to say, I mean, even this little thumbs up exercise might have been hard for the candidates to hear or see. I don't know if they're watching. And I continue to be impressed by the folks that apply for Planning Commission. They are all great. They really were. I mean, we're just being really picky and really want to encourage people to apply again if you don't get selected and to consider other things. There were at least 1 or 2 folks in there that I thought, wow, wouldn't they be great on the Financial Sustainability Task Force or the DEI Task Force? Or potentially the Climate Advisory Committee that's coming up. So I really want to encourage people to, try it again. And, we really we really love your involvement.
Councilmember Shribnick just said what I was going to say in a much more eloquent way. But no, really, I mean, it was reading through those applications. It's exciting. I remember a few years ago, we weren't having almost anybody apply for Planning Commission, and we were having to beg, borrow, and steal to get our Planning Commission to get people to apply. So to see so many just people interested in helping their community is really heartening. And yeah, we hope people will be involved in other ways too. And it looks like we're, doing what we've planned to do before and create a pool of folks to fill in case there is a future vacancy on the Planning Commission. So
I just want to double check. So I've got the 3 existing commissioners, and then the folks that had a majority of votes, so 4 or more, were Olson, Dorian, Fisher, and Moss.
yeah, we weren't going for majority, we're going for 3, but that.
So those were the ones that had either 4 or more. The rest I only had as 2 for McDonald and 1 for Dockery.
Yeah, no, that
So does that sound right?
That sounds correct, unless
Okay.
anybody, yeah, that sounds correct.
So that would be, you'd be interviewing 7 total folks on the 13th.
Okay. Thank you very much. (2024) State Legislative Agenda presented by City Manager Rob Carl-Lindsay and Gordon Thomas, Honeywell State Lobbyist Shelley Helder.
It's that time of year when you give us your direction on the city's state legislative priorities. And I've asked Shelley Helder to hang on with us tonight. Shelley, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
You're quiet.
Very quiet.
Wait, that's
Do you hear me any better now?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just get closer to the mic.
All right, Shelley has a slide deck. And as you know, Shelley Helder is with Gordon Thomas Honeywell, our government affairs firm that we use to help us lobby in Olympia. So Shelley, take it away.
All right, well, good evening. Thank you for setting aside some time on the agenda this evening to talk about the upcoming legislative session. As Rob said, I have the privilege of serving as your state lobbyist. And this evening, I'm going to provide an overview of what we expect to occur in the 2024 session. I'll review the city's draft legislative agenda, and then we'll wrap up by talking about the next steps. Since it's kind of difficult for me to see you all with my screen shared, I'll finish the presentation and then look forward to your feedback on whether these are the right priorities and any other comments or questions that you may have. So the 2024 session will be a short 60-day session. It's the second of the biennium. The legislature's primary objective is to adopt supplemental operating, capital, and transportation budgets. The supplemental budgets are designed to make small changes to the biennial budgets and to account for changes in revenue projections or costs for different projects or programs. For the operating budget, the most recent forecast shows that the state has roughly 900 million more than what was anticipated when the existing budget was adopted. But I'll note that that number doesn't take into account an increase in caseload forecast. So that number does seem very large. Doesn't mean that all of it is completely discretionary. Meanwhile, the transportation budget is going to be incredibly constrained. The transportation projects around the state are continuing to come in higher than they were estimated. And so legislators are going to have to try to figure out how to rebalance the current budget. WashDOT's estimating that projects are costing upwards of 30% more than what was appropriated. And the capital budget has roughly 95 million in remaining bond capacity for this supplemental year. On the policy front, every bill that was introduced in the 23 session that did not pass will be automatically reintroduced, and legislators can also, of course, introduce new bills. Democrats will still hold strong majorities in both chambers, and every member of the House and half of the Senate will be up for re-election in November of 2024. In general, all the committee assignments and chairs are going to remain the same as they were in the 23 session. The one exception that's worth noting is former Senator Christine Rolfes was the chair of the Senate Ways and Means Committee, which is also the lead operating budget writer in the Senate. She resigned from her position in the Senate to serve on the Kitsap County Commission, and her replacement as the chair of Senate Ways and Means and lead budget writer is Senator June Robinson from Everett. That's a very significant shift halfway through the biennium. Some of the major themes that we expect to see in bills, some, of course, recurring themes. The 2023 session was described as the year of housing, but there will, in 2024, I'm sure, still be many more housing bills brought forward. I know there's going to be a push for a dedicated revenue source for affordable housing. And in 23, the legislature passed over a dozen bills directing changes in local land use and development regulations in an effort to prompt more housing. And so we're already hearing legislators and some stakeholders that have identified technical issues with some of those bills. And so they're discussing what's referred to as trailer bills, which are intended to just be technical fixes. But we do expect that there will be a robust discussion on transit-oriented development and lot splitting. Those were two topics that were considered in this past session that did not pass. Another area of focus will be the Climate Commitment Act, which is Washington's version of a Cap and Invest program. It auctions greenhouse gas emissions allowances, and in just the first few auctions, it has generated substantially more revenue than was anticipated. So the legislature will consider policy changes to potentially limit revenue from future auctions and allocation of an unanticipated revenue. The legislature is also likely to continue discussions on public safety with focus on law enforcement, recruitment, and retention. And finally, the new chair of the Senate Ways and Means Committee said that the biggest fiscal challenge, excuse me, The biggest fiscal challenge facing lawmakers in the 24 session is the state's behavioral health system, which is under increased scrutiny from what's referred to as the True Blood settlement.
Sorry, the state's what? I couldn't quite make that out.
I'm sorry, the True Blood settlement.
No, but is that that's the mental health system?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
True Blood is the lawsuit that basically the state is not providing ample time for competency review and restoration for individuals deemed incompetent to stand trial. So as you can tell, it is a short session, but there's already going to be a lot of issues that the legislature needs to tackle. With that overview, I'd just like to remind you all of the structure of the city's legislative program. So we have two documents that guide our engagement in Olympia. The first is the legislative agenda, which lists the city's top 3 to 5 priorities. And since this is the second year of the biennium, we do recommend that the city focus on items that were not accomplished in the first year and or lay the groundwork for the upcoming biennium. And the purpose of the legislative agenda is to focus city resources, both staff time and legislators' time, on the issues that will most directly benefit the city. And then the second document that we have is the policy statements, and it lists various policy areas that impact city business and where the legislation may be introduced. And the purpose of this document is to have advanced direction from the city on major policies to allow us to have a timely engagement during the legislative session. With all of that as context, let's review the city's draft legislative agenda. And I have the 5 priorities listed on the screen here, but your packet contains the legislative agenda document for your review. So I'll describe each of the priorities. The first is support for funding tools for affordable housing. And this is a carryover from last year, and it's also a recommended priority from ARCH. Specifically, this item states the city's support for new and flexible funding options for local jurisdictions to address the need for affordable housing. And it does specifically mention a local option real estate excise tax and the importance of local options being progressively structured. Excuse me. The second item is also a carryover from last year. It's a request for funding for the 84th Avenue sidewalk project. This is a project that was ranked for funding within the Safe Routes to School grant program. But after a confusing and ultimately disappointing budget process, the project was not funded. The Safe Routes to School grant would have been for $2.1 million. But as you can see on the draft agenda, we've listed $3.1 million as the request because costs have already risen, not a full million, but we're accounting for the fact that we may not be successful in securing this amount in a supplemental year. The third item is the final carryover from last year's agenda, and it's a request for the legislature to lift the 1% property tax cap. You may recall there was a big push to get this policy over the finish line in the final weeks of the 2023 session. That obviously failed, but the coalition that made that push is reconvening. And despite being told that a supplemental year and by default an election year is not the time to make this change, I do expect there will be a concerted effort in 2024. The fourth item is new, and it's a request for the legislature to allow cities to use traffic safety cameras for transit lane violators. For some context, in 2021, the city of Seattle obtained this authority on a pilot basis. Their pilot program runs through 2025, where they will be presenting their results and making recommendations to the legislature. Under the Seattle pilot, half of the net revenue from the traffic cameras goes to the Washington Traffic Safety Commission, specifically to fund bicycle and pedestrian safety projects. And then the other half must be used to build safety and mobility projects for people with disabilities in Seattle. The case for this authority is public safety. In the past 10 years in Kenmore, there have been 119 collisions in the bat lanes on Bothell Way. Of those, 35 collisions, or 29%, involved a vehicle that was illegally present in a bat lane. Additionally, cameras make the enforcement more consistent, objective, and fair. It also means officers can focus on other public safety needs. And the Seattle pilot project was really intentional that for privacy purposes, cameras only record vehicle license plates, not people inside the cars. I do want to mention that it did take Seattle several years to get authority for their pilot program. So this would be a heavy lift and could possibly take several years to achieve. Finally, the last priority is setting the stage for the 2025 session. Oh, sorry.
Shelley, can I jump in for a second?
Yes.
On the traffic safety cameras, you mentioned safety as a primary reason. I think promoting the use of transit is another primary reason. Making sure that the transit lanes are indeed clear for buses, and giving people a reason to use the bus. So I think the purpose would be twofold: safety and promoting the use of transit.
Yeah, thank you for adding that in. The last priority is something that we would include to set the stage for the 2025 session, when we anticipate needing the state's support to close the funding gap for the Holt affordable housing development. It is possible that the city is successful in securing all the funding through various grant programs and other financing mechanisms. But in the event that there is a gap, we want our delegation to be aware that this project is in the pipeline. We are also recommending changes to the city's policy statements. So as a reminder, these are not items that we would be proactively advancing. These are just topics that may come up during the session that we would want to support or oppose in alignment with the council's direction. And I do want to note that the statements in this document are organized alphabetically for ease of reference, not in any priority. So there are two new recommended statements. The first states that affordable housing should be required in future planning for growth near fixed route transit. And this is language recommended by Arch and is really getting at the fact that we do expect that transit-oriented development policy discussion to come back. And one of the kind of foundational questions was whether or not that policy should include a mandated affordability. The second statement is the city's support for the legislature to identify alternatives to 6-PBD, which is the chemical used in tire manufacturing that prevents it from cracking. But when exposed to the ozone, it transfers into 6-PBDQ, and that is toxic to coho salmon, other aquatic species, and the full impacts are still unknown. So those are the two new statements, and then we have updated language on 3 other statements to make it more relevant for the 2024 session, but the city's prior position on these topics has not been altered. Okay, so finally, I'll review what the next steps are to prepare for the 2024 session. Following tonight's meeting, you'll have the opportunity to approve the legislative documents, either with changes as discussed or as presented this evening. Once the documents are adopted, we will meet with the city's legislators to review the city's priorities. In at the end of November, the Senate is holding their legislative committee days. That's November 30th and December 1st. And the House holds their committee days December 4th and 5th. Committee days are when legislators are in Olympia for 2 days of committee meetings, and they receive briefings on the major issues that they expect to arise in the upcoming session. I think of it a little bit like back to school night for the legislature. It's like they get ready, they know where their committee is meeting, and is especially helpful for any legislator that's been appointed to their seat midway through the biennium. And then, of course, the first day of the 2024 legislative session is January 8th, second Monday in January. And with that, I will take the screen down and look forward to your comments and questions.
Questions, comments? Deputy Mayor?
Given that there's very little likelihood of the property tax cap being increased, I'm just wondering if we as a council want to change that to another item of higher priority, especially considering we've got the culvert projects, environmental work in front of us. I don't see the potential of that being adopted. And is that a good use of that priority? As much as it would benefit our city, I'm just bringing that up. It's holding space, yet it's, according to what Shelley just shared, I just don't hear that getting done.
All right, let's discuss what the deputy mayor brought up before we move on. Anybody want to comment on that? Councilmember Shrubnik.
I think we should keep it on there. And my understanding is the county is also pushing for that again this session. You know, you may be tilting at windmills, but I still think it's crucial.
Councilmember File.
Well, I absolutely understand the sentiment of our deputy mayor, and I completely sympathize. Sound Cities Association has taken a very strong position on this issue too. I think not upholding our end of foreign positions would be a bad standard to set on this issue. So if it does slide, then we just reprioritize our list as we go. That's usually the job of a lobbyist, and she does it well. We could always add an issue to the list under climate action that would probably better fit the concern of our deputy mayor.
Councilor Marshall.
I agree with the deputy mayor's approach. It's pragmatic and it speaks to the policy and political realities of the day. So I just feel that way. Thank you.
Speaking for myself, I understand where the deputy mayor is coming from, but I also wouldn't want to take it off. It's a structural budget issue that we need to continue addressing and continue talking about until at some point the state actually addresses the fundamentally broken revenue system that they've given cities. So I would hate to see us take that off because I think it's just a fundamental importance. Deputy Mayor.
I can understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to bring it up, just given our community's concerns about taxes right now. And the likelihood of that space maybe being better filled with something else. I would encourage us maybe to consider changing one of the priorities, whether maybe the traffic safety cameras for traffic lane violations to something related to the environment. Especially say the stormwater culvert replacements that are already listed on our policies, on our list. We need our state elected officials to understand the critical importance of funding climate at every level, and climate and environment. And so I just, with our investment in this incredible climate action plan that's been put before us, that I think our community needs to know is going to be implemented in a phased manner because it's so huge and broad. I love the vision and approach that was taken today, but we're going to have to take it piece by piece as much as we can get done at a time. But a critical element to some of the work that we're doing, which is including funding positions and work to get the job done, means we need to have grants and money to access to get the work done. Because we don't want to be adding another tax on our taxpayers here who are already paying taxes elsewhere that can fund the incredibly important work that we need to do. Thank you.
Is it on what was just proposed to Deputy Mayor, or?
It was on what the deputy mayor just said.
Okay, Councilman Marshall.
Yeah, I want to second that. I think I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you.
I actually would argue that the traffic safety cameras is an environmental issue. Getting more people to ride the bus and not get stuck in traffic is fundamentally, because the transportation sector is such a huge part of addressing climate action, that making it as easy as possible to ride the bus is an environmental issue. But that's just me. Councilmember Baker, you had your hand up. Yeah. Is your mic on? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
If I could ask the city manager to please forward a copy of the results of this tonight, so that to Sound Cities Association, so they can have a list of everybody's asks during the legislative session. Thank you.
Councilmember File?
Nothing to add.
Any other thoughts on the agenda? If not, then we can move over to the policy statements. Okay, any thoughts on the policy statements? Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, I think they're all on point for what we need. And so I'm in favor of them.
I have mild concerns with the newly added affordable housing or fixed route transit. Not that I oppose affordable housing and TODs, but I do know that I do think that on some level this is a something that's being added to, well, not being added. How to put this? I do think that adding mandatory affordable housing limits could actually de-incentivize trans-story development. We've seen in our own TOD zone how we've had to kind of rework it to make it work for folks, and I think mandating additional affordable housing, well, we desperately need it. We also desperately need housing at every other level, including, the 80%, 100% that gets served by, market rate multifamily TOD. And I would hate to see something get added into a TOD bill that actually ends up disincentivizing construction of needed housing during a housing crisis. So I would like to propose that we take that one off. I see two hands up. Sorry, Councilor Shrevek, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, that also struck me. I feel like we need higher density housing near fixed route transit, but that exactly what Mayor Herbig said. I don't understand why we would restrict it to affordable housing there, since we need the whole range. But it doesn't make sense to have low density near fixed route transit.
Shelley, I see your hands up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment that I participated in the workshop where Arch convened kind of the technical experts from all the Arch cities that developed this language. And the intent of this language, and of course, you all are can refine it. You don't have to take this recommended language from Arch, but the intent is to allow cities to be able to incorporate their own affordability requirements based on the market in their area. It's trying to prevent, I think, exactly what you described, Mayor, that a one-size-fits-all affordability mandate could prevent housing near fixed route transit, which is very much not the intent. The hope is that if there is going to be a mandated statewide upzone near fixed route transit, that it not be a complete handout to developers, but that public benefit be captured by a portion of that upzone being dedicated towards some level of affordability, but that level be left up to the local jurisdiction. So if that language, if you all don't get that from that language, then would welcome your refinement. But that was my understanding of Arch's intent.
And just to be completely frank, my worry here is that this was language put together by, you know, cities who are actually trying to, without saying so, fight added density around their transit lines. I think this is a very gilded poison pill on some level, because if you allow cities to, you know, well, not if you allow, yeah, if you allow cities to put in affordability requirements into the newly required TOD, then you essentially give cities a way to kill TOD if they put in unreasonable affordability requirements. Am I mistaken there, Shelley?
Yeah, I think that could be the case. In my experience at the Arch workshop, the sentiment amongst everyone there was very much a desire to have to meet the 1220 goals that every community in the state has to achieve when it comes to various units of housing at different affordability levels, and recognition that having a fixed route transit through your city means that you have to increase your density. So it wasn't the sentiment that I heard at the workshop, but that doesn't mean that, you know, cities may not choose to go that way.
Councilor Fowle, was your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I do believe that we need flexibility in our language. I believe that this could be misconstrued, and I've been saying this forever. We need housing affordability at all levels and all types. That doesn't necessarily all meet just next to 522 for our case, for example. So I do think we need some greater flexibility. And I support some of the comments made here tonight.
Hey, what I might propose is just change the language on the first sentence and just, sorry, I'm still thinking out loud. Maybe affordable housing should be encouraged in future planning for growth near fixed route transit. And then keep the rest of it, but that's just me editing at the dais, which is the worst thing. Councilor Shrebnick.
Well, in general, I mean, the deliverable for cities is getting the numbers of affordable units that are required by the state. And I guess I'm in favor of allowing the cities to figure out how to get to that deliverable. So I guess I continue to have mixed feelings about this piece.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, the longer I look at it, I'm getting deeper into what opened up this conversation, and I thought I had an idea for changing the language again. It just, because Kenmore, I almost want to start with just the second sentence. Kenmore supports setting affordability goals for transit-oriented development and providing local, I mean, we're talking about local flexibility and planning resources to help communities achieve these goals. I don't really understand the first sentence before it, because really we're like, we want local flexibility at the end of the day, what we're talking about here. So I would only go with the second sentence, or yeah, I don't understand why we have it in here.
Yeah, I can support that. Okay, I think we've got consensus to remove that first sentence there. Any other comments on the policy statements? Councilor Fowle? Just double checking because I can't see your hand.
Thank you. No, we're doing good.
Okay, great. I just want to double check because it's hard for me to tell from here. All right, well, I think that wraps that up. Really appreciate you sticking around so late, Ms. Elder, and for all the work you do for the city. And Manager?
There is a proposed action tonight. Do you want to approve it or do you want to bring it back on consent with that change?
Why don't we bring it back on consent with the change?
Can do.
Thank you. All right, staff report.
Two things, Your Honor. Week before last, we sent out cards letting we mailed postcards to all of our residents, letting them know about the scenarios you were considering on the surface water rate changes. And remember, there was stay the course, go slow, moderate pace, rapid progress, and rapid progress plus. And we asked folks to voice their opinions and let us know what they thought. They could do it through a survey, which we already provided the results for that, but they could also, thanks to the mailer, they could send in emails. And just want to, number one, we emailed all those responses to you, but I just wanted to get on the record what the tally was. So we received 21 emails, 17 actually voiced their preference for which scenario to go with. And of those 17, 7 said stay the course, 2 said moderate pace, and 8 said rapid progress plus. So 8 stay the course, 2 moderate, 8. I'm sorry, let me say this again. 7 stay the course, 2 moderate pace, 8 rapid plus. And then we also received about 6 phone calls, and all were responded to, and they all had to do with the tax credit issue. So, and Stephanie, are you there? Can I turn some time over to you?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Great. So I wanted to give a very brief update on the gift cards for guns, gun buyback event that was held on Saturday. So this was a partnership with the King County Sheriff's Office and the City of Shoreline. We do have a few pictures from the event, and I just wanted to give you an update. So 322 guns were recovered at the event. 2 of those were stolen guns, and $40,000 in gift cards were handed out. And in fact, that exhausted the gift cards that they had available for the event. And in fact, we heard from Brandon, our chief of police, Brandon Moen, that they had 2 cars that came. They'd given out there were 2 final cars that came, and they still donated their guns, but they were out of gift cards at the end. So it was kind of almost the perfect amount of gift cards, the number of guns that were donated. I do want to thank our police chief for being there the entire event, and the King County Sheriff's Office for their funding for this event, which this was the second event, gun buyback event, that the Sheriff's Office has held. And we're hoping that there will be funding in the future for more of these, because they do make a difference. Thanks.
That's it. All right, Councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
Yes. Looking at tonight, what happened with public comments, we had 3 or 4 people walk out because they were waiting almost 2 hours or an hour and a half from what they had expected. And there's a whole lot of presentations now going on before the public gets a chance to speak. A lot of people come here because they've got something on their mind, and then to have to sit and wait for over an hour and a half. I mean, I don't know how all of this stuff got shoved in front of public comments. We should allow public comments to be toward the top of the agenda, like it always has been. And to go through all the stuff that we went through now before the public got to speak, I think is wrong. I think we need to move the public back to the front where they were and let them have their say. The residents of the community, they're not customers, they're not who knows what. They are residents of our community, and they're the ones that we answer to. They're the ones who put us here. And so we need to continue to put them first. Last week I talked about handicap parking, making it easier for handicapped people to do business in the center of our town. And I'm going to bring it up again, and I'm sorry, that's just the way I am. I keep bringing it up until we get some action. I want to propose more handicap parking spaces and more accessibility in our community. And I would like to see people raise their thumbs or do whatever to make this happen. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, yeah, but we need to look at it because the parking spots are not enough here. People are having to push wheelchairs, push walkers up hills and everything else. And I think that needs to be more accessible parking. And it's certainly something we need to discuss.
Can we maybe put that on the January retreat for a
Yes,
deeper discussion?
I'd like
there?
to have staff look at it and put it on an agenda. What can we do? We have nothing out here, ballot season. There's no place for them to park. If they have to use a walker or wheelchair, there's no ramp, there's nothing. So anyway, and I hope that we can restrict parking in front of the box closer to election day, so people can actually get out of their car and drop off their ballots. Anyway, I'm through with my rants for tonight.
We'll add that to the January retreat, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Councilor Marshall?
So we have a change in circumstances before us tonight. We have a new opportunity. And I didn't speak as plainly as I should have last week. And that was because I didn't want to advertise that right now in Kenmore, the simple possession of heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and other controlled substances will not be prosecuted. I didn't want to advertise that. I feel I have to now, and I have to ask that we at least consider to get this item on this new meeting that we've just been told is going to happen in December 11th. The reason that the possession is not going to be prosecuted in Kenmore is because I think, as we know, this is for the public also, that under our current Kenmore Municipal Code, we've incorporated the RCW that was declared unconstitutional by the Blake decision by the Washington State Supreme Court. Okay, so that's on our books now. That means the city of Kenmore attorney cannot prosecute possession of those drugs, those controlled substances. The only other option would have been the King County prosecutor and a referral to the King County prosecutor, Lisa Mannion. The King County prosecutor has, at a meeting of the contract cities with King County Sheriff and the prosecutor's office, our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Lukash, has informed me that Lisa Mannion had again reiterated or indicated that her office was not going to be spending the resources on prosecuting city misdemeanors, simple possession and public use of those drugs. Lisa Mannion also stated that publicly in the debate and coverage with the city of Seattle on their issues. So I think we all agree the importance of somehow addressing the drug crisis right now, the fentanyl crisis. I looked at it since the Blake decision came down in 2021. The deaths in King County continue to mount weekly. I looked at the King County's own database and dashboard. The deaths keep going up. Don't believe me on this. Listen to the legislature. They debated it. They talked about it. They made a huge reform, a massive reform, from changing that and working out this new law in the Blake fix from a felony to misdemeanor. And even in that law, they encourage police to do diversion up front, or at least the prosecution, excuse me, not police, but prosecution to do diversion up front. Then the first penalty is a simple misdemeanor. No, it's a 180, up to 180 days jail. And only after that, 2 more successful ones, does it become up to a year. Addicts don't make decisions for the families, the loved ones, their children, or the safety of the community. We all know, every single one of us knows, I think, a friend or a family member who is an addict, who does not act for anything other than the drug. And we all know the destruction. We've all seen the destruction. We've seen it downtown. We've seen the lives claimed by it. I ask for I hope not the radical proposition that we at least consider putting this item on the December 11th agenda. The city staff has already worked out an ordinance. We can perhaps hear from our police chief and our prosecution as to their perspective. Even if you don't agree with me, please let us put it on the agenda so that we can perhaps keep the tool of prosecution in the toolbox in the hope that it might, as it has, it might save lives and it might safeguard the community more. It's not just the impact of addicts or the impact on addicts themselves. There's a community safety issue. So I move that we add the Blake Fix legislation item to the December 11th meeting. I so move. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. I guess I will just wade into this wonderful topic. Last week we had agreed to put this on the January agenda, which I think is probably a place where we have more thoughtful discussion than a cramped December meeting. But I was just opening up the forecast here. That's why I was reopening my laptop. Just seeing what's on there. Yeah, it's already got 4 things on the business agenda. But also at the end of the day, just speaking against the motion, for myself, I have not seen one lick of data or actual evidence that arresting addicts for their addictive behavior solves their addiction. Jailing people doesn't solve their addiction. And there was a study done when the Blake decision came out for that year and a half, and it showed no real change in deaths when simple possession or public use wasn't being essentially enforced. What we're discussing here is punishing people who are dealing with addictive behavior. We're talking about punishing people who are not in control of their actions, frankly. I mean, if anybody struggled with an addiction, you know what I'm talking about here. It's a compulsive thing. You can't not do things. And getting thrown into the pokey for even a couple of days, especially with the lack of resources that we have for folks when it comes to treatment, is frankly, I think, laughable. We will end up spending, we know that the budget we're facing is going to get tougher over the next couple of years, and we're talking about adding additional, and I would argue unnecessary, prosecutions to our own docket. It will not make us safer, and it will not actually result in anybody being treated. And unless somebody shows me data on that, that's where I'm going to have to stand on this based on just what's in front of me. I understand the urge that people have, and I understand how it sounds like a logical thing to do, but I have not seen anything that actually shows me that it is. So I, for one, will be voting against the motion. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I'm a data person too. And my entire career has been in behavioral health. I really don't want to wade into this. I definitely don't want to wade into this December 11th. And I mean, if the council wants to wade into it, I would recommend we do. I think are we having a retreat in January? I mean, I thought we moved it to June, but anyway, that's, I guess, a question. We are. So we're now having
the latest forecast does have a proposed date in January, kind of like
2 retreats a year.
Yeah, just like a half day or a
all right.
full day. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a better place to put it. And I guess the other, now I've lost it. Oh, the other data point that I would like to have for that discussion whenever it occurs or if it occurs is, what's the scale of the problem we are really talking about here in Kenmore? How many, on each year, how many are we really talking about? Thanks.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. It's a timely and important discussion. We know with the folks that treat SUD, a substance use disorder, that oftentimes people have to hit a rock bottom before they're willing to do something. You can't force them into treatment if they don't want it. But if they have no repercussions at all, there's no bandwidth they'll just go to the limit. And that's the reality of people entering into SUD treatment. But it is also true that children and youth learn by observation. And that's not, public drug use is not a healthy behavior. There's also the additional risks that come with toxic exposures and unintentional, accidental toxic exposures within the community that can be minimized. We work in Kenmore with diversion programs and LEAD. Our cases do not belong in King County Court, but they do belong in drug courts where they have more resources. I do believe we need to address the issue. It is a public health crisis. And looking the other way also doesn't help. And we certainly don't want the Seattle mentality of past ways of dealing with their crisis to become a Kenmore crisis. So for that reason, I do want to address it. I believe that our state legislature did a really good job with the Blake fix, but we do need to update our code. That's a basic need for our public health, safety, and well-being, and supporting our community, and also those who we have in play who work at the front lines.
Deputy Mayor.
I think it's important that council have this conversation. It's an issue that our community, actually people statewide, have had tremendous concern about. I think it's important for us to be transparent and make a decision. My support of this motion is for the conversation, for us to make a decision on how we're going to go forward. I tend to think criminalization of drug use does not work. I'm going to say that out loud, but I think it's important for us as a council to have an honest discussion about what we're going to do, if we're going to leave it with the county or make a decision to, prosecute drug arrests in Kenmore. It's up to us to actually talk frankly on the dais about what our decision is and let our community know and not let them hanging. So that's why I support this. I think it's an important issue.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you. On the motion to add the Blake fix item to the December 11th meeting agenda, Councilmember Shrubnik.
No.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
With the majority in favor, the motion does carry.
All right. Anything else, Councilmember Marshall?
Oh, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kugler.
I feel like we have a lot of asks today, but I did want to ask if we might want to talk about the new board member position that they emailed us about, either tonight or at a future meeting. We could do it at our next meeting.
Yeah, we should talk about that at a future meeting during, let's add that to the agenda unless anybody has objection to the council comment section of our next meeting. We can just have a quick discussion around that.
Okay, great. The other thing I wanted to see if I have council support on is we had a public comment a while back ago about leaded fuel issue. And I've had a resident send a few articles about this. It does look like, it is a known issue, and I had mentioned to our city manager the possibility of reaching out to Kenmore Air to talk about it at that level first. I wanted to see if council agrees if that's something staff should look into, talk to Kenmore Air about. Okay.
Is there objection? I'm not seeing the objection.
Okay, great.
And I'd also just like to know where, what level of government that it's regulated and get back to you as well.
Great. And then I do know that someone brought up that there isn't great handicap access to the ballot box. I know Bothell had the same thing and they ended up moving their ballot box to the library. I don't know if there is somewhere near here, and being so close to election day, it might not make sense, but I think in the future we should consider whether there's good access to the ballot box.
I would almost think that we added so that people like over by that driveway, so people just drive up and then go out or something.
Yeah.
But
Oh, good idea.
I have them on occasion. Councilor Shevnik?
Like that idea. I went to the North King County Sub-Regional Homelessness meeting. And they are moving forward with trying to figure out a site for a shelter, severe weather, specifically a severe weather shelter, winter shelter, somewhere in the region, and apparently not in Kenmore because our policies are too restrictive. So that's something that we might want to look into in the future. Also went into, it was in the Racer Principals Assembly, and we are relative to other cities that we're partnering with on that. We are having a lot lower utilization per capita and per budget allocation for them as well. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on and trying to figure out kind of root causes. We in Shoreline, of course, are KCSO, contract cities, and that's a piece of the puzzle of what's going on. The other three are not, and so they're on different radio system, and there's lots of variables there. Apparently the county, the KCSO is also talking about a countywide program that is maybe similar to what Radar was before it became Racer. But there's not much, if any, money behind those discussions. But the fact that they are talking about doing something countywide, I think is actually a step in the right direction. That's certainly a testament to, a vote of confidence, if nothing else, in what the model is providing. So those are my updates. I would also support Councilmember Baker's comment that we need to think carefully about where public comment is. And maybe it rests in thinking more carefully about what the presentations are. So for example, if we think a presentation is going to be more than a 10-minute unidirectional, it's going to result in a lot of discussion. It almost becomes a business item rather than just a presentation. So the PSE one tonight was a good example of that. So I think maybe it rests more on that than changing the overall order. Those are just my thoughts.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I attended the gun buyback program event, and it was so well attended. They had double lanes going out and to the public side of the street of people who attended. Our chief gave us a good tour of those who arrived, and some of the weapons that were brought back, they were really grateful to see back at that location. Not that they took public pictures to display of those. So I left feeling really good about the work that we did. It really helped to get a lot of guns, rifles, AR-15s off and other weapons off of and out of houses and off the streets. That's good, as well as the ammunition. Is quite a logistically organized event. And I did see our young police cadet, Nathan Lutis, who is also there and a commissioner. So it was nice to see him also working on site. And I just want to add to the point that was mentioned earlier tonight. So it's the FAA that directs what types of fuels should be utilized by aviation. And of course, in October 18th, I think it was, the EPA put out the special report on leaded fuel and it being a cause of serious concern for our populations. So I look forward to next steps on seeing some sort of policy recommendation. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
I have a couple things, and I'm not going to be making an ask, but I'm going to make a statement. But first, I just want to give, just follow up on the comments of gratitude for the gun buyback program. Thank you to council. Thank you to staff for advocating for Kenmore to have their name on this incredibly important, successful program. I was really thankful to hear the success as our deputy city manager shared the outstanding results. So true gratitude for that. The other is, I just want to fill in a little on the accessibility issue that Councilmember Baker brought to the dais tonight, and he brought it forward last week. It really, there's a real specific issue that's at the hangar that needs to be looked at, that I think staff can look at. Now that things are grown in, now that it's in more use, it appears there's not enough access in front on the 181st side. And then some of the access on the back side, there's too much of a slope and it's hazardous and dangerous and hard for people in wheelchairs to get around, especially if they're not electric. So just wanted to give some specificity to where we have to. I know that our city does care profoundly about ADA and we do our best, but there may be some checking and adjusting that we might be able to do at the hangar sooner than later. The last piece, and this is where I'm saying I'm not making an ask, but I'm following through on something that I told a community member that I would make a statement about. We're really living in troubling times. I am going to say, I don't think anyone on this dais has been in a more frightening time in their life than what's happening worldwide. And we have a couple of really incredibly horrible wars happening that our government is funding. And I just want to say, I personally pray for peace. I personally pray for a ceasefire and negotiations as soon as possible, Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine and Russia. It's time. I dream of a day, and I know that if we set our intentions to this, of a day where our government puts $100 billion to its people to provide housing and needs for our cities and environment, not to weapons of death, which is what's happened this week. We can do better. We as people are out of alignment with our highest selves when we are committing more to acts of war than our health and our goodness. I know at the root of this, people have been hurt, that retaliation is not the key to the peaceful world that we all need and deserve to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to circle back, and I appreciate your words, Deputy Mayor. I want to circle back to Councilmember Baker's comments around public comment. as long as I've been on council, this is the order we've always done things. Presentations have always gone before public comment. I know today was rather odd with how long the presentations were, and I recognize that. And I think part of that too was that the study session also ran longer than we anticipated. So if it becomes a systemic issue, I could see us moving things around a bit, but usually we try to allow, I mean, you know this, we usually allow presentations ahead of time so that those folks can get on with their day quickly and move on. And usually they're much shorter than that. So today was a little bit of an outlier. But I'll try to keep a better eye on the agendas to ensure that we set things up for folks to be able to make their public comment in a timely manner, because it was unfortunate we lost folks today.
I am certainly by no means blaming you for the schedule. It's the way things worked out.
Yeah.
I think we should have the comments before we have even the smallest presentation.
I
Because
mean,
it can go haywire.
Yeah, but also we can have an hour and a half of public comment, and then our presenters, you know, it's a little bit of a trade-off sometimes.
Dinners get paid.
Sometimes. But this is the way we have been doing it. We've never really had much of an issue. And today is, I just want to point out, today is an outlier. That's all. Is there anything else? No, I don't have anything else. Oh, I also would say, just for myself again, I think us as a council getting involved as much as important as the issue is in like how parking is laid out at the hangar might be a little bit too in the weeds for council. I'm just saying, like, that's getting pretty administrative at that point. And I know that reopening that parking agreement might be a nightmare, Mr. City Manager.
What might be a nightmare again?
I mean, having to reopening the shared parking agreement.
Oh, I'm
at the
talking about
hangar.
citywide. I'm not just talking about there.
Okay, well, yeah, let's have the discussion about citywide in January. That makes sense. All right. Nothing more to come before us. Kenmore City Council's adjourned.